Hello, welcome to this event celebrating Dr. No to time with the 60th anniversary. We're shortly going to see a couple of feature-length interviews with Norman Wanstall and Graham Hartstone covering Dr. No, but also other aspects of their career as well. Before we do so, just have a couple of written comments to read out from two people that wanted to contribute to this event, but weren't able to do video interviews. So I'm just going to read those out to everybody. Feel free to fast forward this bit if it's not of interest to you. After that, I have a few archival comments from people that I've interviewed for various other things over the years that I just want to read out as well. Sadly, the majority of people that I interviewed at that time are no longer with us. I did an event for family and friends back in 2017, and this was the result, a program that everybody got a copy of for the 35th anniversary of Dr. No. So I shall read some of those comments out in a few moments. But firstly, the comments from those two that wanted to contribute but couldn't on screen. First of all, actress Yvonne Schimmer, who played Sister Lily. This interview was done in April 2022 with the generous help of Steve Oxenrider, who has been very supportive in this project in particular with me, and I thank Steve for his efforts in helping me. So Yvonne writes, "Is it really 60 years? That seems so long ago. I remember Sean Connery was very quiet and such a gentleman. The filming went smoothly. According to the script I have 7 scenes in Dr. No. I had to let Sean Connery and Ursula Andress in from the decontamination chamber through a steel door with big wheels. The sets were very nicely done. I then asked Sister Rose if the rooms were ready. Michelle Mock, who played her, we were friends, and she shared her apartment with me in London for a while. She was a fashion model and acted on the side. Then I escorted Sean and Ursula along the corridor into the bedroom and showed them their rooms. I only had a small part in Dr. No, but it's an episode of my life I really enjoyed. I came to London from Toronto in the late 50s to pursue acting, and within 2 weeks, I was in Tea House of the August Moon on stage down in Worthing. Later, I was in the West End with The World of Susie Wong for 2.5 years. I was also in the films The Savage Innocents with Anthony Quinn, The World of Susie Wong, and The Road to Hong Kong. My agent sent my resume in for Dr. No in '62, and they called a group of us in for an interview. The director, Terence Young, worked quickly, and my agent said I got the job. We didn't do many retakes. I had a car accident in the late 1960s that ended my acting career, but I'm proud of the few films I've done. I was also in Genghis Khan and an episode of The Avengers. A Chorus of Frogs was the episode. I only had a small part in Dr. No, and no one thought James Bond would continue on like it has. Sean Connery was the original and the best of the Bonds. So thank you, Yvonne, for those comments. The second person who couldn't be with us on video is Charles Edgehill, who played one of the 3 blind mice. I'm just going to read his interview off my phone. So I began by asking how he got the part in Dr. No. And he said, I lived in London, but I go to Jamaica a couple of months each year. I heard Terence Young was in Kingston to make a new movie. I knew him from London because I made Zark with Victor Mature, and he knew me. He recognized me when I went to the hotel where they were casting. He was surprised to see me. He said the casting was for one of the guards on the wharf scenes, but all of those parts were gone. Instead, they made me one of the blind beggars, and that was a bigger part. The other 2 were Eric Cloverley and a dentist. His name was Henry Lopez. The other thing I remember is where the 3 beggars are walking along the road in Kingston. I knew that neighborhood well. The property belonged to my grandmother, who I grew up with. The camera filming us was in a truck with holes so they could shoot us. One lady came along and said to me, "You look just like Junior." That was my pet name. She was fooled, and then she dropped a coin in my cup. I heard about the 60th anniversary on the news, on the radio. I'm amazed the film is so popular after all these years. I continue to get fan letters all the time from Germany, Holland, China, and many other countries around the world. Please pass on my regards to everyone at the event. I wish everyone a happy 60th anniversary. So that's from Charles, and we thank Charles and Yvonne for those comments. So these comments here were written, were conducted interviews over email, and I'll just read out some highlights from them. All the people I'm going to now be reading interviews out about are sadly no longer with us. The first few comments are from David V. Picker, who, as the audience will know, was the former president of United Artists and was heavily involved in the commissioning of the Bond series on film. So this interview took place on 18th of June 2017. I began by asking David the following question. I understand that you're interested in obtaining the rights to the James Bond novels for some time. How did your meeting with Bond producers Harry Saltzman and Albert R. Broccoli come about? The very long story is in my book, musts, maybes, and nevers. So I'll edit an answer for you. I had tried to get the rights to Bond a few years before, late 50s, but Ian Fleming wasn't prepared to sell them at that time. Saltzman and Broccoli knew of my interest, and when Columbia Pictures, with whom they had a first-look relationship, passed on the project, they came to United Artists and myself. How much input did you have on the decision to adapt the novel Dr. No as the first Bond film, and what made the perfect novel to start the series? It was my recommendation to the other execs that Dr. No had all the cinematic elements for a Bond film, and its storyline was not as expensive to shoot as some of the other novels. Just fine for what we hoped would lead into a series of films. I understand that Saltzman and Broccoli essentially had complete creative control over the project, but was there anything during production that you, United Artists, insisted upon changing, for example, script, casting, final cut? I believe Roger Moore was up for the role at one point. Most important, under our policy, United Artists, after script, budget, and cast was approved, the filmmaker had control of the production process, as long as it stayed on budget. More may have been discussed, but we wanted an actor who would negotiate sequels up front if the films were successful, something a more established actor like Moore would be reluctant to do. So we all decided to go with a non-established actor who would make multiple commitments, Sean Connery. Good luck with the event. Best, David Picker. The next interview is with cast member Stanley Morgan, who played the casino concierge at the beginning of the film. This was 27th of April 2017. What made you want to become an actor? The sheer boredom of banking. Leaving school, I was coerced into a banking career with the Old National Provincial Bank and endured 4 years of a mitigated disinterest in a hole-in-the-wall branch in Wolsey, Cheshire. In 1951, I finally escaped war-ravaged Liverpool by emigrating to Canada with the Bank of Nova Scotia. More boredom. On a perpetual quest for relief, I joined the Sydney S. Brown School of Radio Drama in Toronto, and at last found a niche. There I performed in weekly plays over stations CKFH and, please note for later, learned to read commercials. How did you land your role in Dr. No? By 1962, I had made four films with Bernard Lee in Merton Park Studios Productions, playing Bernie's Sergeant in The Clue of the Twisted Candle, The Clue of the Silver Key, Partners in Crime, and The Share Out. When Bernie was cast as M in Dr. No, he very kindly suggested me for the part of the casino concierge. I went to Pinewood for a forward interview and got lucky. Were you familiar with the Bond books before working on the film? Yes, I knew of them, but hadn't read any at that time. What was Sean Connery like to work with? Very amiable, very professional, good sense of humour. On the casino set, they used real casino chips, reportedly valued at 30,000 then, much more today. I asked Sean how, as James Bond, he would feel if we were held up and the chips were stolen. He gave a wry smile and muttered, "A bloody idiot." Did you get any sense from Connery that he was feeling the pressure of starring in a major film? No, he seemed perfectly relaxed. Sean, of course, is by nature very confident. It was this quality that made him such a successful Bond. Was there a feeling when working on the film that it would be something very special, perhaps the start of something new, or did it feel on the surface like any other movie? The history of the making of Dr. No and the very modest budget would indicate that no more was expected of this production than many others. Naturally, everyone involved applied the greatest degree of professionalism, and I had the sense of being involved in a first-class production. But beyond that, no. The eventual success of Dr. No and, of course, of the entire franchise took everyone by surprise. What are your recollections of director Terence Young? Patrician, very focused, very polite, and exactly what he wanted and got it. What is the best thing that has come from your association with the world of 007? Simply that, an association. Having been a tiny part of a phenomenally successful franchise, and perhaps having been personally responsible for that success, no? Well, think about it. If I hadn't located Bond in that casino, or had told the bloke from MI6 to get lost, I was on my tea break, etc., there would have been no Dr. No, no franchise, nothing. What's your favourite memory from working on Dr. No? Probably working on that casino set. After working predominantly on the tiny, very simplistic sets of Merton Park Studios, where they used to accomplish 15 setups a day, walking onto the casino set was akin to entering Howard's food hall after a lifetime of shopping at a corner grocery shop. Different league of filmmaking entirely. Very exciting. Did you attend any of the premieres? Alas, no. I did, however, attend a number of autographic and similar events over the years, signing photos, chatting to Bond fans, having a wonderful time. Do you have a favourite Bond film and actor who played 007? Ooh, now, let me think. Tough one. Yes, Dr. No, Sean Connery. Seriously, Dr. No and Sean Connery. Where do you think the James Bond franchise should go from here, and who do you think would make a good successor to Daniel Craig? As a writer of a series, 19 Russ Tobin books, I fully appreciate the difficulty of continuing the Bond franchise. Even with the help of CGI, the production of ever-increasing action and interest content must be enormously challenging. I can only offer more of the same, only different. Over to you, writers. As for next Bond, haven't a clue. Apart from Dr. No, what was your favourite film or TV project that you worked on? Having appeared in some 20 films, I can say that I enjoyed every minute of every one of them. I simply love filming. Perhaps, though, I particularly enjoyed the Merton Park productions. They were small, cosy productions, and working so much with Bernard Lee was great fun. Incidentally, details and many still photos of my films are available to view on my website, stanleymorgan.co.uk, including those from Dr. No. I believe since Stanley's passing, his website is still online, so I'm sure people can still find it and see those pictures. Last question for Stanley. According to the Internet Movie Database, your last screen credit was in 1966. What was the reason you stopped acting on screen? In the 1960s, the British film industry was in pretty poor shape. Few films were being made and few parts were available for actors. I was very fortunate to have found a niche in TV commercials, both in visuals and also as a voiceover, thanks to my Canadian training on the Sydney S. Brown School of Radio Drama, previously mentioned. And while I was able to earn a reasonable living from commercials, I was obliged to sit at home waiting for my agent to ring for my next booking. This prompted me to start writing to occupy my time. What to write? I decided to draw on my work experiences. After I had quit the Bank of Nova Scotia, I'd done several jobs in Canada and later in Southern Rhodesia, where I won a stage acting award, before returning to England to try my luck in the big time. These jobs included sewing machine selling, debt collecting, factory working, etc. So I wrote The Sewing Machine Man, starring our hero Russ Tobin. It sold well. So I wrote another, The Debt Collector, which sold better. I wrote another, and at this stage writing took over from acting, and although I did voiceovers for commercials, 500 altogether, until the mid-1970s, I did not return to film acting after 1966. Best regards, Stanley. The final interview is with Nikki Vandersil, the voiceover artist for a number of the early Bond films. This took place again by email on the 25th of June 2017. How did you become a voiceover artist? As a trained actress, I had been doing voiceover work for the BBC and feature films, and I was known in the industry. Can you explain the main reasons why a voiceover artist is brought in to dub an actor? There are various reasons for this. The acting is not good enough, the accent is unacceptable, they cannot be understood at all, or the production realizes that the voice is not fit for the character and is not convincing. You voiced all the women in Dr. No apart from Miss Moneypenny, yet the voices are all very distinctive. How do you go about making everyone sound unique? How much was your own ideas and how much was directorial contribution? I was able to change the voice I gave to each part to suit them individually. That meant either lowering my voice or speaking in a higher tone or changing the accent and intonation. Getting the voice right was the most difficult part of the work. And once that had been done, to not just the director's satisfaction, but also mine, the performance could begin. That took less time than shaping the voice. Sometimes it's very easy to tell if someone has been dubbed in a film, and the result is often distracting. This is not the case with your performances. What in your opinion is the secret of good voiceover work? There were two elements to post-synchronization: acting and technical. The method used when I did the Bond films and others was a drawn line moving across the screen when the speech clip begins and ends. That was most helpful. When the actress is not English, her emphasis is sometimes placed on the wrong syllable. One has to make that sound convincing and still end at the same time as the clip. So acting and the technical aspect go hand in hand. Was there a particular actress you had to revoice on Dr. No or during your time on the Bonds that was particularly challenging? The vocal performance for Jane Seymour, Live and Let Die, posed a challenge simply because I had to mimic her voice. It had to be exactly the same voice as the producers, as the producers only wanted some bits of her voice revoiced, but otherwise it was her voice. That was difficult. The Chinese voices, for example, Dr. No, were also a challenge, as getting the accent right was very difficult. That took a long time, and then giving them a realistic performance was also quite taxing. Of all your revoicing work, do you have one that you are most proud of? I revoiced Raquel Welch in a Million Years BC because she was incapable of giving the vocal performance needed. The film showed the beginning of language, and strange words had to be given meaning, such as hello and my name is. She was unable to pronounce the words, and I was brought in to give the performance. She was recently interviewed by Piers Morgan and asserted she'd spoken her lines. My name was not mentioned. I'm proud of my work, but it helps to be recognised. My contributions have been constantly ignored and denied. So having done a good job on so many actresses when they go on to be admired and rewarded for their roles, half of which was my work, as I did for Ursula Andress in Dr. No and her other films, this raises different emotions in me other than pride. You were involved in voiceover work for the Bond films for well over a decade. Did you have any involvement with Harry Saltzman and Albert R. Broccoli? And what are your lasting impressions of the two? I saw a lot of them on set. They were friendly enough. Cubby was a gentle person, whereas Harry was more forceful. I never had a bad experience with either of them. I just wish they had given me on-screen credits for my work and helped me more. After 1979's Moonraker, you left the film industry to pursue a political career. How did this come about? I left the film industry in '79 to study law. I am a fully qualified barrister and a member of Mid Temple. I met the barrister Mellor MP, who asked me to become his assistant in the House of Commons, which I did for a couple of years. I was then invited to become a press officer for the Southampton TV station TVS. I was based in the press gallery of the House of Commons, interviewing MPs and ministers. That was very interesting work. I became good friends with John Major MP, met many prime ministers, Margaret Thatcher, and countless other household names of the time. They were very happy years. When I left the house, I founded a theatre group, and we performed mainly well-received plays. One year, we performed at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. What is it like to be involved with such a successful film franchise, and how does it feel that you have so many fans asking about things that you did over 50 years ago? As I've indicated earlier, apart from using my voice and credited in 10 Bond films, I've never been invited to any premieres, official reunions at Pinewood, or anything else, and great efforts have been made to exclude me from the Bond franchise. The money I was paid for the usual £25 per session, the money I was paid was the usual £25 per session, and because it only took 1 or 2 sessions to complete the revoicing, the company did not have to pay me much. So I have made no money at all from my work. I have had neither financial nor professional acknowledgement from the Bond franchise, so perhaps you may understand what I think of it. My consolation regarding the Bond films is the support from my fans, both here and in Germany, to whom I am grateful for their continuing support and friendship. All the best for now, Nikki. I must add that I did, although this interview was completed via email, Nikki did very kindly agree to let me come and visit her home in London for a private signing of just my own personal collection. Her and her husband were lovely, very accommodating. Although we were just there to sign a few items, we talked for a good hour and a half about films, politics, and all sorts of things. That she was a lovely person to know. As you can tell from the comments, a bit disgruntled because of perhaps being a bit sidelined in the Bond community, not by fans, but perhaps just some people not perhaps acknowledging her work. Of course, it was a different time back then in terms of the credits being a lot shorter. So people like Nikki and so many other crew and also cast were never given formal credits on films. So I think she obviously has a sort of a love-hate relationship with Bond, I think, because of that, and maybe the film industry in general, rather than perhaps a problem with Bond, just the way that the industry was back in the 60s. But of course, as I said, she's the one thing that she is so passionately positive about was her fans, and she was always very happy to answer those questions. There's a few things that I have not read out because it was such a long interview. So she was very generous. She just invited me into her home, having never met me before. She was a very lovely human being. My only regret is that I didn't start to do these events until the last couple of years, because if Nikki still had been alive, I'm sure she would have loved to have come on and talked about her career, and partly to obviously raise the profile of forgotten people like herself that get kind of lost in an industry that may just focus on sort of bigger players. So hopefully, if this goes in some small way just to raise her profile, and for a few fans that might not know the name, then that would be absolutely wonderful. So thank you very much, everybody, for putting up with this very long-winded start to the event. Hopefully, some of those comments you found interesting. So I will now hand over to the pre-recorded interviews with Norman and Graham. Enjoy. Thank you. Bye.
I know that face.
Hi, Norm. How you doing?
Can you see me?
I can indeed, yeah. You've had a nice week?
Well, you know, when you're retired in the countryside, there's nothing's very active. It's very relaxing, I have to say.
Oh, good. So first I want to say thank you, Norman, for joining us for this 60th anniversary event celebrating Dr. No. I'm just going to go through a series of questions about your work on the film and what your thoughts are about this, this classic film that's, I can't believe it's been 60 years really since.
Amazing. Yeah. Makes me feel very old.
And they've just started to re-release them in the cinema, of course, for the 60th anniversary. And I saw Dr. No last week on the big screen, and it was lovely to see these films in their natural habitat, as it were.
Sure. Yeah.
Because I don't know when the last time you saw the film on the big screen.
Well, they used to have events at Pimer Studios, and when I think it was when they were trying to celebrate the number of Bonds, they decided to actually show Dr. No, because that symbolized the beginning, and that was the first time I'd actually seen it in a long time, and I saw it from a different point of view. Suddenly I was a member of the audience, not a member of the team.
There's enough time had gone by to distance yourself from the
yeah.
So the first question I had for you, Norm, was about the very distinctive opening sequence of the film with the dots and the sound that Monty Norman put on, and of course the wonderful title sequence, because of course this was groundbreaking, wasn't it, at the time?
Yes, it was. Yeah, strangely enough, I don't know how it came about, but I ended up being in the cutting room alone with Monty Norman, and we sat together, and he was looking over my shoulder on the moviola, enjoying, trying to see how he could synchronize or use the little sound dots. A lot of people think that I produced those, but I've always said no. That was one sound I had nothing to do with. I don't know where he got them from. Yeah. And we spent quite a lot of time on there. What actually was the outcome, I can't quite recall, but he was obviously learning from it and experimenting. But where he actually obtained that bleeping sound, I have no idea.
Yeah, I think it's one of those mysteries. I know that when Dine of the Day came out for the 40th anniversary, the composer David Arnold cheekily used that sound in one of his music cues. So,
right,
little homage to Dr. No. So, what did you think of the use of the James Bond theme here on the opening credits, and what did you think when you first heard the James Bond theme?
Well, I was so impressed. I mean, knowing the sort of film it was, having a pretty good insight into the theme and the type, suddenly there was something new about it, and something a bit more ambitious, and obviously something relative to the fact that it was a spy film. And yeah, my reaction, I mean, it's a long time ago now, but I do recall as a young assistant sitting there with this gentleman on my moviola. I thought, this is something interesting here, you know. I mean, normally we would never be involved with titles or credits. It's a totally separate issue. We would be, the titles and credits would be put on at the end, and that was it. But to have somebody with me who was experimenting and learning and practicing was really quite something. And so I probably saw those opening sequence at a very early stage.
And what did you make of Monty Norman as a person? Do you have any memories of the man?
No, not really. Only that, I mean, it's so long ago now, of course, and I was just a youngster. But I enjoyed his company and I enjoyed his enthusiasm. And I felt that he was going to be of great value to the film, but it was too early for me to really assess exactly what was happening. But no, full marks to the guy. You know, I mean, I was only reading once, I think he made $500,000 nearly in royalties on the theme of Dr. No. Absolutely amazing, isn't it?
Oh yeah, I would have thought he gets something for every Bond film, so he must be quite a rich man. I would have thought.
Yeah, but it's a remarkable theme, isn't it? Everybody remembers it, everybody loves it, and it's there. You know, he did it. I think it was arranged. It wasn't arranged by him, was it?
No, John Barry did the arrangement.
John Barry, yeah. In fact, I always get slightly confused because it often says, if you go on the internet, that Monty Norman actually did the sound music for the film. And so people get a bit confused about whether or not he did it and it was just arranged.
I think there was a big legal case on that very point, actually. I think it was in the 80s or
I think there was too, yeah.
But yeah, if you look on the credits of all the Bond films, it will say James Bond theme by Monty Norman, so it doesn't credit John Barry at all for his arrangement, which is a bit odd.
No, that's right. No, probably quite right too.
But yeah, you couldn't imagine the Bond films without that iconic theme. I wanted to ask you, Norm, how you became involved with Bond to begin with.
Yeah, well, very, very briefly. I trained at Pimer Studios for 3 years. I was given a contract for 3 years as a trainee. That's all I was. I was just a trainee. And over those 3 years, I worked with sound editors, sound editors, editors. So by the end of the 3 years, I had a pretty good knowledge of what the editing department was all about. And I'd made up my mind that one day I would like to become a film editor as opposed to a soundtrack editor. But as it turned out, a couple of colleagues took me to one side and explained to me that probably the most legendary sound editor in the country, a man called Winston Ryder, was looking for an assistant. And they said that he's not an easy guy to work with, but we think you would be absolutely right for him. And so I had to decide whether or not to have another 3-year contract or break out into the big wide world and work with one of the most prestigious guys. I mean, his credits were incredible. Bridge on the River Kwai, Lawrence of Arabia, you know. Anyway, cut a long story short, I decided I would go with him. Even though my ambition was to be a film editor, I still thought to work with a man of that quality would be a privilege. And I did, and we got on extremely well. And we worked on 3 major American movies. One was John Paul Jones, the other was Solomon and Sheba, and the third one, of course, was Sink the Bismarck. And Sink the Bismarck, of course, was edited by Peter Hunt. Peter Hunt and I got on very well. I mean, we were all a big team. And then towards the end of the film, I heard that his assistant was moving on to jobs in London. And I thought, wow, if Peter would hire me as his assistant, it would give me a chance to get back into the film editing side of movies. And he did take me on. And that was the start of a 7-year relationship, would you believe, which is a long time in the freelance world. But we worked on four feature films. And then, of course, he was given the script of Dr. No, and that was really how I came to be related to the Bond films, and the rest is history, really.
Oh yeah, yeah. Do you have a particular a favorite memory of Peter Hunt as a or it was a bit more of a feeling of what the man was like?
Oh, I have great respect for Peter Hunt. He was a single guy. He didn't have family and all that kind of thing. He was dedicated to the film business. He had huge talent. I never actually went into learning his background, how he actually arrived at becoming I don't know why, we never really seemed to talk about how he became a film editor, because he was much older than me, obviously. But I could tell that not only was he a very skilled technician, very dedicated, but also he had his eye on the idea of becoming a director. I could tell. I could just see the way his manner and his attitude. And what interested me was the fact that he told me that he had, throughout his career, had a chance to become very knowledgeable about lenses in cameras. Yeah. And I thought, oh, here we go then, because, you know, most people in the film business, unless you're involved in the camera side of films, you wouldn't have the opportunity to learn about the technology of lenses. But I could tell that he felt very confident. And I thought to myself, yes, this is all beginning to lead towards something far greater. And what was interesting was that, because as we got after about 4 Bond films, I think he could see that possibilities were getting greater, that he might actually be given a Bond film to direct. He started to spend more time on the set. And that meant that he trusted me to assemble the film. Right. Which, of course, was everything for me. The chance to actually learn how it was to cut film together and build a scene. And his attitude was, Norm, you just assemble it. I'm used to that. I'm only interested in the fine cutting. So he could take over what I'd done and say, yeah, that's fine. And then he would get stuck in and he would take out all the frames. Yes, so that was a development over about four Bond films, that I could tell that things were beginning to change. I was getting a chance to learn how to cut, and he was beginning to spend more time watching the directing. And of course, the rest is history.
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah.
I mean, it has. Peter Hunt had a very unique editing style with as you said, removing frames and sort of jump cutting and cutting on things that probably the editor's rule book said not to do. And of course, that is partly why the early Bond films are so successful, isn't it? The way it's edited.
Yes, you've said it right there. He actually, I remember him saying to me very early on, he said, Norm, he said, if we're going to make this film a success, it's got to move. This has got to move, this film. No hanging about, no this and that. Move, he said, and then the pace will suit the film. Yeah. And he set up, really, if you think about it, he started that style of editing, and it was carried on right through the rest of the Bonds. Well, 90% of them.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And I think a lot of credit is given to Peter for the success of Dr. No. I think it would have been a success anyway, but I think his contribution was enormous.
Oh yeah, absolutely. What was your knowledge of James Bond when you came on the film? Had you read the books? Any knowledge previously?
No, I hadn't. No, in fact, I don't know many people that were on it that had, but there are always those that were dedicated Fleming fans. But no, I never did. And I think the reason I didn't start reading the books was I didn't want to be thrown by the book and then see the film and think, well, why aren't they doing this or why aren't they doing that? I thought, take the films as they are. They've been scripted accordingly. And no, I hadn't. It would have been interesting, I suppose, to have read Dr. No to see just how close it was.
But you'd never been tempted to read it in the the years since or anything like that?
No, I didn't. No.
Because I suppose, yeah, apart from the Bond books, there had been a TV, not a TV movie, but an episode of TV based upon Casino Royale, the novel, with Barry Nelson as,
Yes,
I don't know if you ever saw that, the version of
I
Casino.
did. I seem to remember I did see some of it, but I couldn't.
Yeah.
Didn't mean anything to me.
No, it was
Wasn't for me.
it was
I
very
couldn't relate that to James Bond in any way.
no. I think it certainly showed what Chloe Broccoli and Harry Saltzman got right versus, say, what they did in 54, certainly.
That's right.
So I was just wondering, back to Monty Norman, how much of a contribution you thought he made to in terms of your sound, and how much because I think there were certain sequences where Monty Norman's music was dropped because maybe it didn't fit a scene, and then your sound effects had to come in. How do you think Monty Norman complemented the film as opposed to, say, John Barry in the later films?
Well, this is my problem really, is knowing how much was down to him and how much was down to
John Barry, yeah.
Barry. Yes, yeah. I mean, generally speaking, on all films, there is always this problem that there isn't time for the composer and the sound editor to get their heads together. Only in my whole career was I ever able to do that once, and it was absolutely invaluable. He would say, well, I'll tell you what, if I do this and you do that, I said, yeah, great, or no, but that never happened. And so often in films, the musician does what he thinks is right, and the sound editor does what he thinks is right, and so often they don't actually blend, and so often something has to go, which is very sad. And a very good example in Dr. No is the tunnel sequence.
Yeah.
I knew when I heard, in fact, the last time I saw Dr. No, I couldn't quite understand the electronic sound that I put over that. Seemed to have gone. It started and then came in later with the twang, but I didn't hear it going throughout, which I thought it did on the original dub.
Yeah.
But anyway, there was a case where I heard that sound in a sound effects library, immediately thought, my God, how that would look over the tunnel. So I got it anyway, even though I knew there was going to be music. It was a scene that had been assigned for music. And so I just put it next to it on the chart, said only as a substitute or words to that effect. And then I wasn't there when they were dubbing it, but to my pride and joy, the music was given the big elbow and my track was used.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's any people. I think people did say to me that they weren't very happy with the music over that scene. So maybe that was an occasion where something had to go.
Because I think all the music was Monty Norman's. John Barry didn't work on the score at all for Dr. No.
So I believe. No, yes.
The only thing, of course, he did was do the arrangement of the James Bond theme. And I gathered that certain sequences, like the tunnel scene, didn't work. So lots of Monty Norman's score was cut, and the Bond theme was kind of a substitute in many scenes. So that's why it's repeated so often, because some of the other music didn't work in the film. So
that's interesting. Do you know, I've never really thought about that. That is interesting, if that's a fact.
Yeah, I believe that's what happened, certainly in certain sequences. Yeah. So the Bond sounds, particularly in your 5 films, always seem to have to be larger than life. Was that a conscious decision that you and people like Peter Hunt had going into the film, or let's make this, makes a huge sound, canvas, if you like, or was it the film that dictates the sound? How does it evolve?
Oh, I know what you're saying. People often ask this kind of question, and I always say that the film decided the sort of sound that the film's going to have. And I've never forgotten when the sound department at Palmer Studios saw the first cut of Dr. No. And I've never forgotten it because the chief mixer there, Gordon McCullum, he was a pretty tough guy. You know, you didn't mess about with Gordon. And I knew that they were watching it. I knew that they were seeing it. And I came back to my cutting room and there was this tap on my door. And I opened it. I couldn't believe it. And there was Gordon McCullum standing there like a little boy looking for sweets. And he literally looked at me. He said, "Norm, when can we start?" Now, I know in his whole career, he had never done that before.
Yeah.
But he could see that just for once, there was a chance that we could contribute to the film sound-wise rather than just complement it. He could see, just as I could see, that there were sounds there that we were going to have produced that no one had ever heard before. And this is one of the things about Bonds. When you've got gadgets and futuristic elements, sound has to be created for it. So it tends to give the film a feature, you know, a style. And so we were, to many ways, I think I was carried along by what the film had picture-wise. Yeah. You know, I knew that there was nowhere we could go and get that electronic door in Dr. No's apartment, and I knew that lift that Sean and go up in, I knew that had to be a completely different sound. It couldn't sound like Marks and Spencer's. Yeah. And I knew that when he crushed the little idol in his metal hand, that had to be way over the top. Yeah. And when it drops, it's probably the most favorite sound I've ever created. When that drops onto that table, my goodness, what a sound that is. Normally, most sound editors would have just made a sound. Yeah. But that sounds like a Tom Waits just hit the table, you know. Yeah. And I get great thrill from hearing it. It's a tricky one, really. It's a bit of everything.
Yeah. So I suppose if someone was to try and define what a Bond sound was, it would be larger than life, something you wouldn't normally hear in say in Marks and Spencer's. It's something that's almost got a unique, not otherworldly, almost sort of almost an unreal quality, but not an unreal, but enhanced.
Enhanced. I think enhanced is probably quite a good word. A very good example is Odd Job's Flying Hat. I remember I was at a running once, and there was a bloke sitting there, and when he threw that hat, this bloke leapt out of his seat. He just wasn't expecting it. And I always remember I was invited onto a program that was led by Esther Ranson. She used to have a program every week on a different theme, and she did one on awards. And they had various people on there that had won awards, and there was an audience and everything. And they invited me on to bring the Oscar on. And before she announced me, she threw this, she got this top hat and threw it into the air. And of course, it didn't make any noise. And then she said, "And this is what Norman put on over it in Bond." And when she played it on the screen, the whole audience applauded. I thought, wait a minute, it was just a reaction because it was so over the top. You know, you could have put lots of sounds over that hat. Could have been just a yeah. But we got away with doing something a bit more than that, and that was the reaction. It was a good example.
Oh yeah, yeah. I think that's part.
It's the same within Russia with Love, in the fight sequence on the train, one of the greatest scenes in the whole of the Bond series. But just to hear those wrestling sounds, which I shot, you know, when I say I shot, I replaced it, put it that way. It wasn't the original. It was all new. and I would love to watch that scene anytime, because it's so dramatic, so memorable. Plus the whistle of the train as well.
Yeah, yeah, and when they break the glass of the window, and you hear the tracks and everything, and
that's right.
I'm very happy to say that later on today I'm going to go and see From Rush of Love on the big screen. So I will look forward to that sequence in particular.
Which one is that?
I'm going to see From Rush of Love tonight at the cinema.
Oh, okay.
One, so I'll look forward to seeing the train.
Seeing the fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might not know this, Norm, but there's a scene in Dr. No where Bond goes to visit Strangway's house, and Bond
yes, I know it.
Holding a picture up of Strangway's, and then the film sort of jumps a little bit.
Yes, do you know, I don't know how you came to notice that, because I would think 99% may have subconsciously been aware of something but never registered it, not once. But I know, of course, it's there. And that was the bravery of Peter. No other cutter would have done a thing like that. There was obviously a long pause there that he didn't need. And he took a chance. And it is so fractionally to actually take a piece of film from there to there and find it matched is a chance in a million, really.
Yeah.
And he found that within a fraction of a jump, he could get away with it.
Ah, right.
And he did it.
Yeah.
And that's the way he operated. It was very, very brave. And I'm amazed that you actually have registered it, actually. And the fact that he was always looking for a way of moving it on, taking someone through a door. One moment they were going in, next minute they were coming out. But you didn't say, wait a minute, you just accepted it.
Yeah.
But Peter took a lot of film out there, you know. This was one of my favorite stories. Well, it's not a favorite story, really, was when we were working with Guy Hamilton. Because Peter and Guy never really got on at all. I think, well, Guy, spent quite a lot of time with Guy after the film was finished in later times. And he said to me, I inherited Peter Hunt. And I think he resented the fact that he had a man that was so respected, was so known for what he could do, that they just left the film to Peter. You know, the producers never came and checked anything. They just left it to Peter. Well, Guy wasn't used to that. And we were sitting in the viewing theatre one day, and he said to Peter, he said, what happened there? And Peter said, oh, don't worry. He said, there was a little pause. And Guy said, pause, bollocks, put it back. I couldn't believe it. I could not believe it. No one spoke to Peter like that.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I suppose a lot of directors try and bring their own crew, don't they, onto films, or their own composers, or so. Whereas the Bonds always worked where they had, you know, an editor in residence, a composer they always use. So that must have suited some directors more than others.
Yes.
I wanted to talk about some of the cast, but perhaps first of all, Ursula Andress. Do you remember Ursula at all, either during the filming or afterwards?
No, this is one of the few problems with being in the editing side, is that we're completely separate from the production crew, and apart from going to rushes, we don't actually see them. And of course, even at rushes, you wouldn't have the actors. They're never at the rushes. The only time I did see Ursula.
Oh, lovely. Yeah. That's a nice photograph.
Yes. What happened was, in those days, there used to be a lot of get-togethers, because unlike other films, you don't have fan clubs. Other films don't have fan clubs, but the Bond films were beginning to build fan clubs. And so people like Graham Rye and people like that used to say, well, let's give the fans a treat. And we would have these events at Pinewood Studios. The fans are invited, first come, first served. Mm-hmm. And they would have a nice meal, and you would give them a chance to meet the technicians, meet the actors. And it gave them a tremendous thrill. To them, you couldn't put a price on those events. And so I used to go to them regularly, of course. And it not only did I have the pleasure of meeting the fans and signing their autographs and their film pictures and everything, but I got a chance to actually meet some of the people that I hadn't had a chance to meet before. And when Ursula was there, the queue for her signature was endless. Yeah. It was quite a big event. I don't think it was at Pinewood. I think it was somewhere else. Anyway, Graham Rye, who was a very good friend of mine, he marched me up to her and he said, look, Norman wants to won an Oscar, and I think he deserves to have your signature. So she said, well, I didn't work on any, I didn't work with him. He said no, but I think I would like you to have a picture with him and sign it. And so I went at the front of the queue, and that was the result.
Oh, wonderful. Yeah.
And we did actually sit and chat after that. I seem to remember she had her son with her. Yeah. And I remember saying to her, is your son in the business? But I don't think he was. I was sitting with her and Guy Hamilton. But obviously you can't get to know anybody incredibly well just in that kind of atmosphere in one meeting. But I was very, very pleased to have the chance to have that picture.
Wonderful. I think that was an Autographica event, I believe, I think.
Where?
It was a company called Showmasters runs a convention called Autographica. And I think they...
Oh, Autographica, yes.
That might have been the Ursula event, yeah. How about people like Eunice Gayson? Again, people you would have met at the conventions. She played Sylvia Trench, of course, in the film.
Yes. The reason that I, unlike my colleague on the film, if you are the dialogue editor, of course, you get a chance to meet the actors, because that's your job. You bring them back into a recording studio, replace lines that aren't good enough, and so on. And I quite enjoy that. You know, I enjoy sound editing, being a dialogue editor. But invariably on the Bonds, I was always effects. But at various events, I was able to see. There's this one.
Oh yeah, Shirley Eaton, yeah. Oh yeah, that's lovely. Yeah, that's a nice one.
One of my favourites.
Oh yes, one for Eunice Gayson, yeah. Yeah, that's lovely. Oh, do honour, yes, yeah. Oh yes, that was so we've got Shirley,
Tanya Mallet,
Guy Hamilton, yourself, and of course dear Desmond Llewellyn as well. Yeah,
that's right.
I went to that event. I remember that one. It was my first Bond event I ever went to. That one.
Right.
Yeah. I was 12, I think.
Oh, how about that? Yeah, no, I used to enjoy those events enormously. But those days are over now for me.
So, is it just because of the pandemic you don't want to do events anymore, or is it just something that you just retired from doing?
Well, basically, any film that I worked on, they would obviously want me to be there. But once my films had been come and gone, then they were moving on to other people. And so there wasn't any point in my going, just because I worked on those films. And so you could say my era came to an end in a way.
Yeah. I mean, there's still unfortunately, there's not too many of people left from these early films. But I know as fans, we always love meeting, anyone and everyone connected with the Bond world. So it's always,
you're right.
Yeah, these events are always lovely to go to.
I don't know if they still have these meetings. Actually, I should think with COVID, obviously they would have been history.
Yeah, they're starting to do a few now. I think you went to one at Westminster Hall a few years ago for Goldfinger, and they do those at another venue now, but they've started those again just in the last sort of 6 months sort of thing. So so getting back to normal slowly, but So I was wondering what your opinion of Terence Young was, because obviously you did 3 films with Terence as a director. How would Terence say be different to, say, Guy Hamilton, for example?
Well, again, the big problem is that obviously it was different for Peter, because he would obviously have reasons to talk to Terence, but with me in the cutting room, I wouldn't have any reason to meet him at all.
No.
And I think the only time that well, put it this way, like everybody else, I had a great respect for him, because everybody said that he should have been James Bond. He was the right type, the right background, the right stature, and of course it's famous that he took Sean into his tailors and rigged him out to make him look like a real naval gentleman. He played the part. But the only time I did come in touch with him was I was just thinking whether he not did he direct Russia with Love?
He did, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I'm just thinking there were 2 times. I remember on Russia with Love. Yes, it was Russia with Love. I happened to go on to, normally I was still working. When they were mixing all the tracks together, I was normally still in the cutting room working away, because you're always up against time. And anyway, I did happen to go down there. And of course, the scene of the gypsy camp was meant to have been shot in Turkey. But of course, it was all shot on the back lot, so everyone was talking English. And I knew that I had to bring the whole thing to life with the belly dancer and the 2 girls wrestling and everything. And I've never forgotten it, because on Dr. No, everything I asked for, I was frowned upon, because they said, we don't have the money. You're costing us a fortune, and they made it very difficult for me. It was very difficult. But anyway, on Russia with Love, I took a chance. I had tongue in cheek, and I walked into the production office, and they said, well, what do you want, Norm? I said, well, I want 10 Turkish men, 10 Turkish women, and as many Russians as you can get. And the production manager looked at the calendar and he said, well, would Thursday be all right? I just, how I kept a straight face, I'll never know. I thought, well, now at last we're making movies, because if you can picture what it was like on Dr. No, it was a huge thing for me to take on a picture of that size. I'd never ever done a film, worked on a film before as a sound editor. I had all the pressure, and yet they were still, and even though I knew I had to do it very professionally, like Winston Ryder used to, they were picking on me because I was costing them money. The reason I was costing them money, of course, was because I was using recording theatres.
Yeah.
And so the studio was charging them. Anyway, he did provide me with all these voices. I had a wonderful session in the recording theatre. I showed them the film, and they were calling out to the ballet dancer, all in Turkish. It was absolutely wonderful. And when Terence saw it, he looked open-eyed and he said, "Where are all these voices coming from?" Peter said, "Well, Norman recorded them. You needed them, didn't you?" And he said, "Amazing." I think it just took him by surprise. I think he just thought he was going to hear a gypsy camp, but never thought about the fact that it had to be Turkish.
Yeah.
That was a nice moment for me. And then, of course, there was the occasion when he asked me if I would come to London with Pedro Almendarez.
Yes.
And he explained to me that the poor man was desperately ill.
Yeah.
And that they wanted me to come to London with him and Terence and record all the lines that one would normally record on an actor that weren't quite adequate for the foreign. It was post-synchronizing that all actors do. And they knew that they had to get it before he left, because he was about to leave because he was so ill. And the three of us went to a recording studio in Soho. And I've never forgotten it, because Pedro was so professional. Never for a moment did you think the man was struggling or whether he was doing it out of duty. He just did it like a professional. And I was speechless, really, absolutely speechless. And he came away from there, and I think 2 days later, he took his life.
Yeah, I think he did, yeah. I mean,
But it was nice to work with Terence. Terence was full of respect. He told Pedro, Norman's here to do it properly and correctly, and so we're in good hands. And I respected Terence for that.
Do you remember working with voice artists Robert Rierty and Nicky Vandersil?
Well, yes, I didn't work with Robert Rierty on the Bond films because I was always on the sound effects side. Yeah. But Robert Rierty was a legend. Every sound editor in the country knew Robert Rierty. I think I probably did use him on previous films, but he was so versatile. You knew that Robert would do this and that, and he was a highly respected soundtrack and voice recordist.
Yeah.
And the jobs he did on, which was the one he did, Russia with Love? Yes, it was, wasn't it?
He did some on Dr. No. He did the voice of Strangways in Dr. No, and one of the superintendents in Jamaica. So he does two voices in
oh, fair enough. Yeah. Yes, I wasn't aware that he had done Strange Ways. I imagined Strange Ways did his own voice. I couldn't.
I think that's the secret, isn't it, of a good voice artist, to make it seem that all this is the actual, a bit like Michael Collins in Goldfinger. You wouldn't know that it wasn't.
No, you would not.
You how they do it, I don't know, to get it sort of matching that voice and that performance and the emotional side of it. It's very fantastic.
Yeah, I was just wondering what the reason would have been. I mean, the voice was perfect for the face in Strange Ways, but I was just thinking, I wonder what was wrong with Strange Ways' voice, the actor that played it.
Yeah, I'd have to look into it a bit more, but I think Timothy Moxon played Strangways, and I suppose, like a lot of voices, it might just be wanting something a bit clearer, or
yes, wanted to be a bit more gentleman-like.
Yeah, little like that, really. I suppose, like Shirley Eaton's or Ursula Andress's voice, it's just wanted to perhaps remove something in there, didn't quite fit, perhaps. But and of course, that was Nicky Vandersil's skill as well, wasn't it? Doing all
absolutely. I mean, all actors are very good at post-synchronizing, and the reason, of course, is that they have their own rhythm. And so to recapture the way they said a line before is no big deal for them. But people like Rierty and Nicky that could work their way into somebody else's pacing and is quite remarkable, really. And I've always said to people that that Goldfinger is probably the greatest masterpiece in the history of post-synchronizing. Even when I watch Goldfinger, I am absolutely spellbound. I never for a moment say to myself, you realize he's revoiced, do you? I never do. I do with other people, but not with him, because it is the perfect voice in every respect.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
The synchronizing, the weight, the threat, the accent, everything. I don't know how he did it.
Yeah. I think one of the most successful bits of music in Dr. No is probably when the tarantula is climbing up Bond's arm and the sinister music, and then Bond smashing the tarantula with his.
Absolutely. That was a wonderful score, wasn't it? And people reacted in the cinema. I think they were so tensed up by the tarantula that when that bang, bang, bang went down, they were so relieved they were clapping.
Yeah.
I'm sure they clapped when I saw it.
Yeah. And again, something.
It was sheer relief, because that scene was so well shot.
It was, wasn't it? And I think quite complex, because they had to have so the bed was vertical like I am now, and they had to sort of tip the film, I think, to sort of make it look like he was lying down. So very technically difficult to do, and of course having those three bangs in another Bond in another film may have seemed a bit cliched or over the top, but for Bond it fitted rather perfectly.
Yeah, you could call that a genuine Bond sound, couldn't you?
Yes, you did. Yeah.
You didn't have to be that loud, and didn't have to have the music and the bangs all in sync.
Well, I think one of my favourite sounds of yours is it's a bit of an odd one, but there's a bit in Thunderball where Bond is at the health club and he's investigating what he's got suspicion, so he's investigating the house bar, and he opens a pair of curtains quite sharply, and there's this wonderful ripping sound as the curtains open up, and I just, again, that's larger than life, and it's very striking sound. So I've always
I'll have to listen for that.
Yeah, it's very good. And then, did you ever meet Lois Maxwell at any events or anything like that?
Well, Lois Maxwell, I was at one event at Pinewood, and that we had a meal, and I looked round and there she was standing there, but I didn't get a chance to actually. I would have loved to have had a conversation with her, but she was busy. I was occupied, but I just felt it was nice to actually see her in the flesh. But to actually talk to her was unfortunately out of the question. That was a shame.
Yeah, I mean, I got her autograph at that event, but of course, as a 12-year-old, I would love to go back as me as an adult and just talk to all these wonderful people, and it would be I was.
Oh, you got her autograph, did you?
I did, yeah.
Well done.
I think it was the menu. I think that for the meal that we had there, so that was nice.
Oh, I see. She typed that. Yeah, I see. Okay.
And Desmond signed the menu as well, so that was very nice. But, so there's lots of location work on Dr. No. So how did you go about creating the atmosphere of Jamaica and making the environments, sound natural? Because of course the sounds perhaps you would have been recorded at the time wouldn't have been usable for the final film.
Yes. The one person that sound editors do frequently have a lot of connection with is the sound recordist. And the sound recordist is very aware of what the sound editor is involved in and the work that he's got to do. So all the time they're on location, they're always very conscious of the fact that they're in a place where the atmosphere or the machine or the whatever it is going to be invaluable to the sound editor. So while everybody else is having coffee and drinks and all the rest of it, the poor sound man goes off and records what we call wild tracks. And that could be very, very, very beneficial, especially if they're in an atmosphere or in a country where the background is fairly unique. And so when they came back, they would immediately contact the sound editor and say, right, I've got some tapes. And we would be so grateful for them. If they hadn't been able to do that, then obviously we would probably have to go to sound effects libraries and try and compile them ourselves. I think the most interesting story about that is that John Mitchell and I became very, very close. We both respected each other greatly. And he was 101% conscious of the sound editor. All the time he was away, he was thinking, what can I record? What can I record that would be of value to them? And of course, he, with those fairy marine craft in Russia with Love, those boats, those powerful boats, he was so dedicated to the fact that they were so invaluable that he asked if he could have a cap and be one of the crew, so that he would look as though he's one of the crew in one of the boats, but in fact he was recording all the sound as he was going on. And when he got back, he had this pile of tapes. I couldn't believe it, and we even arranged to go in on a Saturday to hear them. I may have told you this before, but when he ran them, of course, the Fairy Marine was a very highly refined boat. And it takes me back to you talking about Bond sounds. And they were just like vacuum cleaners. I didn't know what to say. We went on and on and on, tape after tape after tape. I didn't say anything, but I knew that I could never use them. Because a Bond boat chase couldn't be like a load of humming sounds. It had to be a roar. It had to be water. So unfortunately, I replaced 90% of it.
Yes, but
I only use an example of where a good sound recordist would always be conscious of the sound editor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely invaluable. I mean, there's
invaluable. Yeah,
they're seeing the Doctor No on jetties and things, and you hear the backgrounds of the ships and all that sort of thing, and the voices in the background, which again just give it a realistic, sense of, oh, this is a real place. This is touchable, tangible.
Yes. All backgrounds are invaluable. John Mitchell and I were able to go back into the volcano and record everything inside that building afterwards, when they were gone. But he would have recorded the atmosphere in there anyway.
And I think there's really
it's not very often though that the sound editor can go back to any of these places, because so often they're on location.
Oh yeah. There's a lovely car chase in Doctor No where Bond is trying to escape the hearse chasing him, and there's the screeching of the car, the tires on the road, and then the hearse going over the side of the cliff, and the wonderful rumble.
Yeah. On the way to a funeral. Yeah,
that's really, I think, a really good example of your work. Yeah, very good. But,
yes, I must say that the sound of it going down the cliff, I'm rather proud of that. I can't quite remember how I did it, but it certainly does the trick. The only thing about that scene is that when you're on Bond, it doesn't look real, and
no.
There we are.
But I think in a combination of your sounds and Peter's editing, of course, I don't think anybody really questions it. To be fair.
No, and of course, fortunately, there were enough shots on the bends in the road to be able to put screeches, which obviously give it some life.
Yeah. Because obviously it's a dirt road, but then again, the screeches, perhaps you wouldn't in real life perhaps hear that on a gravel sort of road. But it's not about, it's about having a sound that fits rather than necessarily what you hear in reality. I suppose that's again the key.
Yes.
In a Bond sound versus a normal, film sound.
Yes, normally, of course, with all car sequences, car chases, I go off afterwards with a sound crew and the right car and the right driver, and I draw everything and time everything, and we re-record every shot again. But on that, I didn't really. They were basically library shots, library sounds. I just needed a roaring car and loads of tire squeals, really.
And the other
but the other car, when he goes to see the girl up in the hills, I recorded all that separately.
Oh, with the actual car itself.
Yeah.
Because when Bond goes to visit the girl, in the hills, she's in her a towel for her hair and a towel.
Yes.
And when Bond sort of starts to seduce her, you hear an interesting sound which suggests that Bond is doing something behind her back, and you hear like the sound of a zipper being.
Yes.
But of course, it makes no sense because she's only got towels on. But it really adds something to the sequence.
Yes. Doesn't she say, "What are you doing behind my back?" Yes.
Yeah. And
I've never forgotten that, actually, because when we were in the recording theatre, it happens quite a lot in recording sound effects. That often if you use the right prop for something, it doesn't sound right, and you have to use something else that sounds as though it is right. It's a bit like, it's famous when people do sword fights. Invariably, they don't use swords. They use glasses and all sorts of other things. And I know we kept trying to get the sound of a zip, and it always sounded like a fart or something. It never seemed to be what people would immediately relate to a zip. Can't remember how we finally cracked it, but that was one of the events I remember.
Because one of those things that if you didn't have that sound, the scene wouldn't have worked so well. So it's the story, even though the logic of the scene, is a separate thing, but it's movie logic, isn't it? It's sort of adding.
Yes.
That pushes it forward.
Yes.
And I suppose the other example that I noticed recently was when Bond and Honey Rider go into Dr. No's apartment. They get off the elevator and then they go and they see Dr. No's lair, if you like. And there's this lovely sound of like wind chimes in the giving. Again, you can't really see where the sound's coming from. But
yes,
something further.
I don't remember that. I wonder who. That certainly wasn't me. So I don't recall that at all. It's interesting. I wonder who put that on there, unless it was all part of the score. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, either it's meant to be wind chimes or say a sound of a chandelier, or the crystals knocking together. It's that kind of sound.
Yeah, no, it interests me that.
Yeah, but
I remember the scene very well. I remember them getting out of the lift.
Yeah, but it keeps the pace and the sound. It keeps the film moving, doesn't it? These incidental sounds, because if you as an audience, you're expecting to hear this 3D world, and of course you need those little sounds that somebody might think, well, why do you need the sound of this? Actually, it's part of the realism of the piece. I just want to talk about some specific sounds in the film that we haven't already touched on. You mentioned obviously the crushing of the Buddha statue being very big key one. Do you remember how you did that crushing effect? Was it particular?
Well,
used,
this is a typical example of why I think Peter gave me the chance to take on a film of that size was because, having worked with that Winston Ryder, he never actually called me across and said, look, Norm, you know, this is the way you do this, or this is the way you do that. I just watched the way he worked for those 3 years I worked with him. And one of the things that he taught me was that if you've got a very difficult sound, as that was, don't spend hours keep trying this and trying that, trying the other. You record or acquire a certain number of ingredients that you feel would contribute towards it. Yeah. And then you can go into the recording theatre with all these different ingredients, and you can say, well, try 3 with 4 and first 3 with 5, and try different combinations. And the mixer would be trying different things, and eventually between you would say, now we're getting somewhere, that bit more of that one and less of that one, and finally you would come out with the sound. And that's how we created that.
Yeah,
there were a lot of sounds went into that, just like Odd Job's hat.
Yeah,
you can't make sounds like that. Well, you could eventually, maybe, but you could spend hours. But once you've got the ingredients, and that's why that sound mixer at Pinewood, that's why he tapped on my door. He wanted my ingredients so that he could sit there. And of course, he mixed that for me. Yeah, he mixed that. We sat there together and decided which were the best ingredients, and finally came up with it.
Yeah, I remember when I saw it last week in the cinema, and it took me out of the picture a little bit, because I went, oh, that's Norman sound, and I went, oh, you know, I get.
I've always said to people that even with modern technology, there's no way I could improve on that, and I don't think anyone else could either. It's just one of those things that worked, you know.
Oh yeah, yes.
A bit like Odd Job's hat.
Yeah. Of course, there's a mechanical dragon in the film. How was it creating the sounds for the dragon? And the breathing of fire and all
yes,
that.
Well, Bond actually, I don't know if he still says it in the film, but he actually said the name of the vehicle. I'm sure he said what the vehicle was, didn't he? Did he?
He did say it was a dragon that runs on a diesel engine. So he does sort of say it's a diesel vehicle, but I don't think he
diesel. Yes, that's it. That's it. So I knew that I had to have a diesel vehicle. So I went to the libraries and looked for various. I didn't go out to try and shoot that; it wasn't worth it for such a short scene. And then, of course, the flames. Again, I got anything I could get from the sound library that I thought would contribute. And then again, we mixed it so that it produced the sound that I needed for the right length, of course, because they're just short bursts to start with, aren't they? So I had to get them timed exactly right.
And the other sound I wanted to mention was the sound of the wheel on the reactor. I believe you're quite proud of that one.
On the balcony?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I've always said to people that I think it's the only time in my life I've really known what real stress is. And because throughout the film, I had enough to do as it was. A busy film for a first timer like me. And all the time in the back of my mind was, I've got to find a machine that will create the right sound and have a control that we can synchronize with that damn wheel. And time went on. I went to libraries. I could not find anything that was right for it. And we'd reached the point by then when we were now dubbing. We were mixing the tracks together, and we'd gone through reel 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We were getting nearer and nearer to the end scene, and I still hadn't found a machine. And that was such a worry to me. I had other things to think about, you know, but to have that on my mind, and I knew that everyone would just assume that there would be a sound on there. No one would say, well, no, Norm, you know, what have you done? So anyway, cut a long story short, finally in desperation, I went to the man in the sound department at Pinewood who was in charge of the maintenance of all the electronic machinery there. Jeff Labram, his name was, lovely guy. And I said to him, look, this is my problem. Is there anything you can come up with? And he said, well, it's very unlikely, but I'll give it a go. And to my amazement, 2 days later, and by now they were mixing reel 9 and it was reel 10 that it was going to be in. And he called me to the recording theatre, and I just couldn't believe it when I saw what he'd got there. It was the crudest piece of gadgetry you'd ever seen in your life. Bits of this, bits of that, bits of wire, bits of... I said, oh, he said, no. And he pointed to a switch, and when I switched it on, it went boom, 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 boom. I said, wow. I said, that's electronic. But he said, no. And inside, he said, there's a little wheel in there. And when I turned the wheel, it started to increase the volume, the pitch, not the volume, the pitch. I couldn't believe it. Everyone in the theatre said, Jeff, what have you done? How have you done that? He actually invented a machine that could do it. It was beyond belief, really. It's funny, just talking about it, I get all... It was amazing.
Yeah.
He did it in time, and that's the sound. Incredible.
Another great one, yeah. Is there any other sounds in the film that I haven't mentioned that you'd like me to discuss?
Without thinking, working my way through the. Well, I suppose it's worth just mentioning the silenced pistol, because when I went round to the libraries, I naturally assumed that they would have a sound of a silenced pistol, but nobody did. No one had ever recorded one.
Right.
And I couldn't exactly ask the production company to get one in that I could record. So I went in with various things like air guns and various other things, and that's what we came up with. I sometimes think that I could have varied it, maybe had a different one, a slightly different one in different parts of the film. But there we go. I never really did. I would have liked to have had one with a bit more chop in it.
Yeah.
And maybe Bond could have used that when he shot the guy in cold blood. But anyway.
I suppose that there isn't too many silent shots, so you can probably get away with it if you like, just having that one sound. I don't think anybody sort of, you know, I think it's an iconic sound. So I
would have just liked a slightly different one at the start of the film when they shoot the lady in the
yes,
yeah, slightly different from the one Bond had. I can't think of anything else of any real interest.
Yeah. I think some of the other sounds that work very well are these scenes with Bond and Honey on Dr. No's island, and you get a very sense of the tropical environment, and you know, the insects and the dogs as they're chasing through the swamp, and the birds. And
yes, that was a nice chance to bring some atmosphere into it.
Yeah.
One of the things, it's interesting that you're interested in atmospheres, because sound editors are very aware of it too. Yeah. And there are certain things that you can do that create an atmosphere. Winston Ryder's greatest thing, and I don't know of any other sound editor that had it, he used to believe in voices. He used to love to record voices that he could just use purely as atmosphere. You didn't need to hear what they were saying. I didn't get to there. And held right down, it would bring a scene to life. There's someone out there somewhere. They're not interested in what you're doing. I remember in Solomon and Sheba on the battlefield there, he got all these blokes into a recording theatre and got them all to shout these sort of nebulous remarks, and then he held them all down, and he brought that battlefield after the battle to life. I was so impressed. Suddenly, yeah, you could hear these blokes were wounded or calling each other or lost his sword. And I never forgot that. And I tried to do it. When Bond first goes down to the waterside to see, what's his name?
Quarrel.
Quarrel, yeah. I went into a theatre with a couple of mates, and we did these, and I thought when they heard it in dubbing, they said, "Well done, Norm, well done." But when I see the film, I can't hear them. So it's either me or they got drowned somewhere.
I think they're there, you know. I think that when I saw it in the cinema, the sound comes through a bit better, and as they walk through with Quarrel, there are these sounds of people's voices in the distance, and of course that's.
Oh, really? Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, another thing that people often do is if you want to give a feeling of remoteness or early morning, a distant dog bark. It's amazing what that can do. And there was one in the sound effects library that everybody used. Every sound editor used it because it was just one of those lucky things that someone recorded once, and it had all the perspective, all the echo, and you only had to put that over someone arriving in the morning or something, and suddenly the whole thing opened up, and it was an early morning atmosphere. And the other one was crows. If you wanted to create a slightly ominous feeling, somebody turning up outside of a building in the early morning, and you wanted it to sound a bit, if you had crows, subconsciously the audience felt, oh, there's just something about crows.
Yeah.
But I can tell you're interested in atmosphere, and that interests me, that you have that interest. You're aware of it.
Oh yeah, I think to me the sound of any film is just as important as anything else, because it's part of the believability, isn't it, of what you're watching.
Dr. No's laboratory, I thought I thought I'd made it rather more interesting than it is at the moment. But I mixed various electronic sounds that gave you this feeling the whole place was alive with, but it seemed to be a little bit based on one.
I was going to use.
At least you felt it was electronic.
Well, I was going to use the same word that you did. It sounds alive. When I saw it in the cinema last week, it sounded like it was this humming. It had a, you know, like it was a living organism in a way. It had this sort of, you know, life to it.
Oh yeah, yes. I'm not denying it's got something going for it, but I thought I'd made it a little bit more interesting.
Yeah. So that may have been perhaps lost in the final mix or something like that, perhaps.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah.
Talking about the animal sounds, there's this really good scene when Bond and Honey are in the swamp, and they're using hollow bamboo to breathe through because they're under the water, and the dogs are chasing them, and they're getting very, very close to them, and then the dogs are, I think, spooked by some birds, and of course then there's this wonderful shriek. Almost, I don't know if you use almost like a monkey sound in the mix, perhaps, where they sort of and then they sort of leave and they go away. I don't know if you used, you know, remember using sort of other sounds other than birds for that scene.
Oh, it's very, very likely. Yes. Anything to do with jungles and things like that. There are certain atmospheres that you can get from libraries that immediately bring it to life. And it's always interested me. I've been to 3 jungles in my life and couldn't hear a thing. And I thought, if I left it like this in a movie, I'd be shocked, you know. But you can bring it to life with all the right atmosphere, as long as you don't overdo it. And almost certainly, I would have thought had a library atmosphere over that.
Oh yeah. It's a wonderful, you know, sounds to the island. And the other thing I just want to mention was when Bond and Honey and Quarrel are hiding behind the sand and they're shooting from the boat, and sort of the gunfire.
Oh yes, with the gunfire.
Yeah, and the sound of the bullets hitting the sand, I think, is quite an interesting sound.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah, it, has a sort of, again, that must have probably been a combination of sounds you probably found in the library, I'm guessing. But,
yes, well, of course, many sounds like that are recorded. We record them ourselves. We have a session over 2 or 3 days where we go into a recording theatre that has all kinds of props of every description. And usually when you're trying to create a sound, there's usually something in there that will give you a start, some prop that will begin to give you the sound you're after. I used to enjoy those sessions immensely. And we had people, of course, that was their job. We would hire them in. We knew them like brothers and sisters. It was the same people, and they would turn up, and they were so excellent. They could synchronize footsteps immediately, and they would have an instinct for creating the right sound with the right prop. Once you told them what you wanted, then you could leave it to them to do it. Yes.
So so when you did see the film finished on the big screen, it must have been very satisfying to did it meet all your expectations?
Oh, this is the only problem. When you've worked on a film, it's very hard to look at it objectively. All you're thinking about is what you did and what you didn't do, and how that worked, and what the music did that you didn't think it would do, and so on and so forth. And that's why I was so grateful all those years later, when they celebrated that centenary or whatever it was, by showing Dr. No, where I was able to sit back and watch it as a film, and that taught me a tremendous amount. What was so interesting was that I've always said to people that I don't care what they say, nobody ever on that film had any idea of whether it was going to be a flop or a success. There was no way of really knowing, because you knew that the first half had material that was priceless. You had an incredible star in Sean. There was just something, the way that guy played Bond, that was so perfect. You had Ursula, who was, what can you say about Ursula? You had scenes like the tarantula that was absolutely amazing, people hadn't seen before. There was so much going for it, but nobody knew how people would react to Dr. No. And that was like a second half of the film. And so you couldn't immediately say, oh, they're going to think he's great. They're going to be scared stiff of him. Nobody knew. And when I happened to be there at the very, very, very first public viewing, and Harry was there. That's right. Yes, not Covey, Harry. And Harry was there, and we were standing outside, and I've never seen a bloke look so nervous. The tension in his face was absolutely incredible. I could see. And it wasn't like him. Harry, Harry was Harry. He did. But when they all came out of that theatre with smiles on their face, I saw the relief. And it was for me as well, that we realised immediately that people had loved that movie. I could tell by the reaction.
Oh, yeah.
But it was a difficult one to know. I mean, there are some films you work on, you're pretty certain you're onto a winner or you're onto a loser, but that was impossible, absolutely impossible.
It was just so different, wasn't it? It was
totally different, yeah.
It was either going to be loved or rejected, potentially. So, yeah.
Yes, we used to get blokes coming in with a file under their arm, looking important, wanting to see something on the moviola, but all they ever wanted to see was Ursula. We knew that they'd say other things, but no, they wanted to see Ursula. And they always made the mistake of calling her Ursula Undress.
Freudian slip going on there, yes.
Yeah. But there we are. She was very special, wasn't she? And
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't think even this, the big success that it was. I don't think anybody would think that 60 years on, we'd be talking about it still. That it was still this fantastic phenomenon that.
yes.
Have you ever sort of got to terms with that as somebody involved with Bond? Does it still surprise you that you're part of this massive franchise that can't be equaled? What's it that feel like?
It doesn't really surprise me. Once Doctor No was a success, it was the start of something big. There's no two ways about that. I think what it is, when people ask me, why are they so popular? I always say, well, look, you've got a great star, always beautiful ladies, incredible crooks, and the most amazing locations and incredible stunts. Everybody that goes to see a Bond film knows they're going to have all those elements. And so they want to know how those elements are being applied again.
Yeah.
They know what they're going to get. They know what they're going to get. And most times they're not disappointed, are they? Apart from Quantum of Solace, most of them have got something going for them.
Oh yeah, yeah. And I think, I don't know what you thought of No Time to Die, but I think one of the reasons why that's polarized fans so much is that it does break the mold. It is so different, and either people think, oh yeah, this is really good, it's different, or they're thinking, well, I want Odd Jobs hat again. I want more of that kind of stuff. So there's always going to be certain films that divide the audience, isn't there? I'm guessing.
Do you think No Time to Die did divide the audience?
I think it did. Yes, yeah. Certainly with the way it ended and certain things. I don't want to spoil it for anybody that hasn't watched the film, but there's certain bits that are very fresh territory for
very Bond. Fresh territory. Yeah.
And it almost seems. Almost too good to be a Bond film in some respects, in terms of it's so much character, so much drama, and if you look between Doctor No to No Time to Die, there's quite an evolution going on.
Yes, I couldn't relate to it as a Bond film at all. Yeah. And I had a friend that came all the way over to Germany. He rang me and said, "Is there any chance you could come with me?" Because he was going to the premiere. Came all the way from Germany, and I couldn't wait to get his reaction. And I looked at my phone, and he said, "I'm going back to Germany. It's absolute rubbish." And I couldn't wait for it to end. I was so disappointed. It was so slow and so long, and the action at the beginning was all a bit over the top. All these screeching cars and that. I was really, really shocked, and yet every time I read, I was seeing fairly positive comments.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's not what we're here to do, to talk about today.
Absolutely. I think one of the good things about more recent Bond films is that they're starting to be recognised again for the sound work. So Skyfall was nominated for an Oscar and for sound, and I think. Tied with another film on that one, and No Time to Die was nominated for sound.
Was it really?
Yeah. So people are recognizing, I think, that kind of element of the films again, which I think is very good. Although,
I think a lot depends on what the competition is. If you had a year where you had 3 or 4 real action or science fiction films with all the strange sounds and everything, then the competition would be huge. But if there isn't much about, it's got to be a Bond, hasn't it? The Bond will always have loads of sound.
Yeah.
Exciting sound and interesting sound. So it doesn't surprise me that they've been nominated at all.
Well, I suppose like the Bond songs have won the last 3 Oscars in a row, and I suppose partly because there's not many songs composed for films anymore. It's
No, there you go. Yeah,
lost
that's a
art.
good example. That.
So many people might not know that you then left the film business and for a rather not unusual career, but one that people perhaps didn't see coming. Can you explain why you left the industry and what you ended up doing?
Oh, why I left the industry?
Yeah.
First of all, I had achieved my ambition of becoming a film editor, and that was always my dream. And I edited 6 different types of film, thoroughly enjoyed it. And by that time, I'd reached 40. And I knew the industry so well. And I thought to myself, right. And I said to my wife and family, the next 25 years will be my working life. Do we want to spend the rest 25 years in work, out of work, in work, out of work? Yeah. And always being in the vicinity of London, because you could live somewhere else, but you need to be in the hub. You need to be nearby. All the studios are surround London, and then of course Soho was the other obvious place. So we discussed it, and the decision was that the answer was no. We wanted to be a family. We wanted to live far more normal life, far more secure, and live in a different environment. I'd always loved space anyway. And so we agreed that it would be really satisfying to try and move to the countryside somewhere. The only big dilemma was, if we did move to the countryside, what would I do for a living?
Yeah.
So I researched the market and discovered that the government had created a series of you could call them apprenticeships if you like, but they were training schools where you could learn a trade over a period of about 30 weeks, very intense training for people that had come out of the army, people that wanted to be made redundant, people who were changing careers. And I thought, well, that would suit me. I'd always been a very keen DIY person. I thought, when we get there, I'll apply and then I'll build myself a skill. Had it not been for that, I think I would have probably had to have thought about it a lot longer, because you can't move, you can't pack up and move and then not have a job.
Yeah.
The other advantage was, by moving to the country, it meant that by selling my house, I could buy a house that didn't need a mortgage, because the property prices were so much less. And so all in all, that was the decision we made, and we up sticks and away. The strange thing was, of course, that, as you know only too well, soon after I arrived there, I had a friend that worked at Yorkshire TV. And he got in touch with me and said, I work here all the time and I need some help. Would you consider coming up here? People said to him, why don't you ask Norm, because other people might start taking over your place up there, whereas Norm won't. He'd just come in and go. And I did. I worked in TV for 2 or 3 films, and it was just another experience, because it was working on 16mm film and everything. And then, of course, after that, quite a few years later, Never Say Never Again came out.
Yeah.
And the editor was American, and he had a friend of mine was his assistant. And the American editor said to him, do you know, Sean isn't really happy with being with completely new people. He made all those films, probably not always the same crew, but it became like a family, the Bonds, and he probably got used to the same cameraman and the same director and all the rest of it. And my friend said, I wonder if Norm would come back. At least it'd be somebody, wouldn't it? Anyway, he asked me. I spoke to my wife. And we said, what have we got to lose? You know, we would make some money, which we could do with at the moment, and get it out of the way, and then that'll be the end. And that's what I did. I went back, and it wasn't a very happy experience, unfortunately.
No, it's one of those films that was plagued, I think, with lots of problems and
yes. In fact, strangely enough, I had a message the other day from somebody from the Bond fan club in France. I've heard from other Bond fans, but never from France. And anyway, he got in touch and said, as you worked on both Thunderball and Never Say Never Again, I think Never Say Never Again is coming up to its 50th year or something like that, some kind of memorable year.
Yeah, I think like 40. Yeah, 40. 80,
40.
Yeah, 40 years, yeah.
There you go then. And he said, I wondered if you would be happy to be interviewed. I said, well, if you're interested in getting in touch, yes, but he hasn't been back. But I thought it was a strange film to memorize, really. I don't think, you never hear the Bond fans ever talk about it.
I think it's quite an oddity, and I think maybe that's part of its attraction, is that it is this sort of only film that's not made with the actual Bond family, and it has.
Yes, it wasn't a Neon production, was it?
Yeah, there's a lot of history, and of course, troubled production, and of course, film fans always like to hear about things that went wrong and the more sort of juicy, story. So I suppose I'm surprised it doesn't get more attention because it's unique, really, and
yes. So strange to remake a film when the other one hasn't been that long. You know, if it's 15, 20 years later, you say, well, but not so soon.
Yeah, I mean, I think Thunderball was 65 and 83 was Never Say Never Again. So almost 20 years. It was almost a 20-year gap in between.
Oh, it wasn't as long as that, was it? Oh, okay.
But they had tried to make it in the 70s, but they couldn't quite get it right. So it took longer than I think they'd hoped to do it. But it
yes, they had to wait so long to get the right to do it, didn't they?
Yeah, I think they couldn't do it until at least 10 years had gone by. I think that was.
That's right, 10 years it was, yeah.
In the
oh well, anyway.
But because so in between the occasional return to the film business, you were very happy as a plumber, sort of just doing, and that was your living, wasn't it, for many years?
Yes, I went to one of their open days where you could see all the different trades, and different blokes got interested in different departments, and most of us were interested in the carpentry because this lovely smell of wood, and they were building staircases and arches, and oh wow, we all and the guy in charge could see it. You could see we all were going, ooh. But he warned us. He said, look, I know you're all interested in what you're seeing here. He said, but I have to warn you that chances are most of you will end up as roofers. And I listened to that. And no, once I saw the plumbing and heating, I thought, yeah, that's me. I could get my teeth into that. I thoroughly enjoyed it. And I enjoyed the job. I enjoyed the experience. And I've often said that I think probably one of the greatest achievements of my life was towards the end of my plumbing career was to take on a brand new house and plumb it from top to bottom with everything that you could have, you know, underfloor heating, you name it, was in that house.
Wow.
And I look back and think, how could I have done that, you know, with 30 weeks training?
Yeah, yeah.
But I enjoyed the life. I enjoyed working with other tradesmen. I've always respected tradesmen. I think tradesmen are underestimated. You know, most people you could do without, but you couldn't do without tradesmen. You know, they build, they mend, they restore. They're brilliant, really. And I like the team thing. And I used to say to the guys, when you went on to a big job, within a couple of days, they were all turning up, all the different trades, the plasterers, the bricklayers, the electricians. And it was just like on a film. I always remember when I arrived in Jerusalem, on Jerusalem File, as each plane landed, another person arrived, and you build your team. And it was the same feeling on a building site, all these different experts. Yeah.
And did anyone know when you were round to do the plumbing that you were this Oscar winner and you had this separate career? Did many people know or find out when they were?
Oh, yeah. After a period of time, of course, it all filtered through. But everybody treated me like one of them.
And
yeah,
you never had Bond fans ask for a plumber and you turned up and it was like, oh my God, that.
no, it's a different world in the country.
Yeah.
The only difference between the tradesmen and the film people is that tradesmen, there's always an overlap. Most tradesmen can do they may not be expert, but they can do another trade. Most tradesmen could do a bit of plastering or lay the odd brick or even fix the odd pipe. And most tradesmen can do some bit of carpentry, but in the film business, it's not like that. It's totally exclusive. Nobody can overlap anything that somebody else does.
Yeah.
And I used to admire that in a way, that everybody was looked upon as an expert.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice to have that. There certainly it overlaps between working on a film and in trade, because you're specialist and you're all part of a big puzzle. And yeah, I can see there's a logic to both. I think.
Yes. I always remember a guy from the art department. He knocked on my door one day and he had his wife or girlfriend with him. He said, "Sorry, no," he said, "but would you just show my wife what you do, show her around the cutting room?" I said, "Yeah, bring her in." He came in as well. And the more I told her, the more his eyes grew wide. I could tell he hadn't a clue. He knew the basics, but the more I told her, the more he was bewildered by what we did. He'd never had the opportunity to really know what editing really involved, all the different aspects of it. The sound and the numbering and the storage. And I thought to myself, yeah, I said, but if I came into your department, I wouldn't know either. I don't know how you create the models and do the drawings and, design the sets. It's a different world.
Oh, yeah. There's just a few final questions, just the things we haven't touched on today or previously. You did work on Call Me Brana before From Russia with Love.
Yes, I did. That was one of Peter's.
Yeah. I'm
not sure. Yes, it was after the Bond films had started. It was a film we did in between the Bonds.
Yeah. And did you? Because Bob Hope was the lead in that one. Did you?
Yes, it was a Bob Hope film. Yes, It was absolutely amazing. I remember once Peter sent me down onto the set. I can't remember what it was. I had to take something anyway to Bob Hope, and we stood there and talked it through. I thought, I can't believe this. Yeah, and I got a Christmas card.
Oh, wow. That's lovely.
Yeah.
What's the text say, Norma? I couldn't quite read the text.
Pardon?
I couldn't quite read the text on the card.
It just says, "May the peace and joy of the Holy Family be with you all through the year. Our family sends love to Bob and Dolores."
Oh, lovely. That's wonderful.
Yeah. I love Bob Hope. I love the film. Real happy experience to work on a film like that.
Yeah, and it's lovely in From Russia with Love. They have that poster, don't they, of Call Me Brana, that's part of on this wall in Istanbul. So there is a Bond connection to the film as well.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah,
What made you think? What made you think of that film?
Well, just because in Rush of Love, there's the Call Me Brianna poster on a wall in Istanbul. It's a little in joke that they put in, and the villain escapes through Anita's mouth from the poster, and
Is that right?
Ramadales shoots the guy coming out of Anita's mouth. So, and you see on the poster does have Harry Saltzman and Albert Broccoli on there, so it's a nice little cheeky thing that they put in there. So
did you spot that on your own accord, or did someone tell you it was?
No, I spotted it. Yeah, just because I watch the film so often, you see. So.
Right.
Nice little.
Oh, that's remarkable.
Nice little cheeky in joke that they did. And I just regarding Goldfinger, very famously at the end of Goldfinger with the ticking clock of the bomb, it was decided.
Oh yes.
Yeah, it was decided in post-production that it would be fun to have 007 would be when.
Yeah, but it was really too late to do it, wasn't it?
Yeah, because obviously Sean Connery says 3 more ticks and he would have hit the jackpot.
Yeah.
I assume there wasn't time to dub, to get Connery back and change it to 7.
I'm certain you're right.
Yeah.
If it had been easy, 5-minute job, they would have done it. But as it is, they knew that most people wouldn't sort of say, "Wait a minute, he said 3." You didn't think of things like that. You just saw it and realised.
Yeah, I didn't notice that until many viewings afterwards. I think I always thought he said a few more ticks. I think that's what I thought he said, but of course, when you rewatch it, you realise it's 3 ticks. But
yes, it was a little cheat actually, but they got away with it.
Oh, they did, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever get a chance to go on the Fort Knox set? Because I know you visited the Volcano set, but did you go on the Fort Knox one?
No, not Fort Knox. No, I would have loved to have done. I mean, what's so amazing about Dr. No is, and nobody can really come to terms with it, is how did they make that film for that price? Okay, people will say, yeah, well, they upgraded you. No, those sets alone, I think they made those sets for something like 400,000. Yeah. I mean, it's out of this world. It's too ridiculous nowadays. I mean, what could you do for that with Ken Adams sets? But the fact, I mean, Dr. No's laboratory alone and his apartment, huge amount of work went into that.
Oh yeah. And I mean, Ken Adams' contribution can't be understated, can it? It can't be overstated rather, because it's so much of that larger in life part of the films, and even in Dr. No, where the money is tight, the sets are of course are iconic. So it's a huge part of the success.
Yeah.
If you think that the Volcano set for You Only Live Twice cost $1 million, and that was the budget of Dr. No. So you
exactly
how the money was just going up and up as the film series went. The only other thing I wanted to mention before we get on to close this discussion, there was an incident on From Russia with Love where Terence Young was in Scotland and he was in a helicopter, and the helicopter crashed in the water. Did you hear about that at the time?
That was absolutely incredible. We just heard, it just filtered back to us. We couldn't believe what we were hearing. This is the trouble about being in the editing department. We are the backroom boys. We have to face up to that. Everything else is going on in a different world. And that was absolutely incredible. I never quite knew how serious the actual damage to the plane was, or to the helicopter. But the fact was that he came out of it unscathed. Well, as far as I know, he was unscathed. How it occurred, I have no idea.
Yeah, I assume there was just an engine trouble, and I believe it. From what I recall reading about it, is the helicopter just took off and then suddenly just the engine cut out, but the pilot had the foresight to turn the helicopter on its side. So when it hit the water, the blades flew off so that everyone could escape without being chopped to pieces, basically. So that was
I see.
under the water, and they managed to swim up to safety. And I think Terence got back to work the day after, or maybe even the afternoon.
So I believe, yeah, it's quite incredible.
Yeah.
But when you think of the other event where the helicopter came up underneath the cameraman with his legs dangling, and he lost his legs, didn't he? Terrible.
Yeah, Johnny Jordan. Yeah, he lost. I think it was below from the knee down, wasn't it? One of his legs. So
yes, the other side of filmmaking.
Oh yeah, they're it can be quite precarious things, can't they? Either going to locations or accidents and things of that nature. The last question, Bond related, I had for you, Norman, was: do you have a favourite actor or actress that you've worked with? Maybe not on the Bonds, but you mentioned, of course, meeting Bob Hope. Is there another actor that you've met that you hold in high esteem?
Oh, without any shadow of doubt. Yeah, Sidney Poitier. In my whole career, I never worked with anyone like Sidney Poitier. There was just something about it. I don't know what happened. We were introduced and we just bonded, completely bonded. And it was extraordinary. Right through the film, everything that he could, all I could hear was, Norm, what do you think? I used to think, well, wait a minute, I'm only Norman. But I got so used to that music. Norm, what do you think? Norm, what do you think? And I don't know what it was. I think what it was, because for once I was the dialogue editor. That's what it was.
Yeah. And
when you're the dialogue editor, you can become very close to actors, and I don't know. It was just a wonderful man to work with. I liked his attitude. I liked the way he put me in charge. He was a really, really nice guy, and I think all of us working on it was called Warm December. It was called.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Julie Christie. I became very close to Julie Christie because we worked, again, I was the sound editor, but I did both on that film. And so I did dialogue as well. And we spent 3 days post-syncing, trying to think of the name of the film. I was the sound editor on it. It was the French editor, the French director, Francois Truffaut. It was an extraordinary experience because the man couldn't speak English. And he was directing a film in English with Julie Christie. Yeah, it was a really funny experience because Julie Christie, we became quite close. I know what it was. Julie had been nominated for an Oscar.
Yeah.
And so while we were working together, she was always asking me questions about what happens, what did you think, and how was it, and all this kind of thing. So we became good mates, really.
Yeah.
But she was so good at post-synchronizing. I was so impressed. She would just look at the line once, practice it once, and then go for it. And invariably, she got it spot on.
Oh, brilliant. It was Fahrenheit 451, Norm.
Yes, Fahrenheit 451. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. I probably let myself down, really. Instead, I thought, well, if I use my schoolboy French with him, I know what's going to happen. He's going to start talking to me in French, and then it's going to get confusing. While I pretend I don't know any French, then he'll know that he can stay quiet.
Yeah.
And in some ways, I wish I had done my best, but but it was a very good experience, and I always remember he used to listen to what I would say to. Sometimes if I would say to Julie, if it wasn't quite right, the line she'd just done, I'd say, we'll go for one more try, and she'd say yes. And he kept hearing this expression, we'll go for one more try. And at the end of the film, he had a big party in his apartment. And we were able to take our partners. And I took my wife, who was pregnant. And he looked at my wife and he said, Norman, say, we go for one more try.
So we're just going to finish off, Norm. So not only you an Oscar-winning dubbing editor, a experienced plumber, but you're also a poet as well. And last time we had some lovely poetry from you, and I was wondering whether we could close off the event in the same fashion.
Well, you'd like me to read a poem?
If you would be happy to.
Well, if you want me to, what one would you like?
Well, you emailed me some options, and I thought they were all fantastic. But I know we mentioned the Brexit one before, but we never heard it. So that may be a good one.
Brexit.
Yeah.
It always amazed me that all through that terrible period of over 2 years, when they could not get Brexit settled, nobody wrote a poem about it.
Yeah, it is odd, isn't it?
I couldn't believe it. And I wrote it, and it was in the paper the next day. They couldn't wait. Okay, here we go. I read a paper every day. I like to see the news. I like to know what's going on and other people's views. When Brexit first came on the scene, I followed every word, especially as some MPs said that leaving was absurd. But Brexit won the vote because it promised to the nation that finally the chances were we'd limit immigration. So off Theresa went to try to put a deal in order, but no one thought to raise the point about the Irish border. Instead, all kinds of words appeared for everyone to see, words like quota-free trade that meant nothing to me. Eventually, of course, a deal was done, consensus had been found, but when our MPs had a vote, majority turned it down. 2 years have passed since it all began, and agreement's nowhere near. And backstop now is the only word that the public ever hear. It's difficult to understand the problem we've created. And for those of us who voted leave, it's far too complicated. I read a paper every day. It's what I've done for ages. But now when I see the Brexit news, I simply turn the pages.
Yeah, that's brilliant, and so relevant, isn't it, to today still, of course. You did mention you had one on COVID and also self-isolating. Could I have those if it's not too greedy?
Relief from COVID.
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yeah, I quite like this one. Relief from COVID, yeah. I pretended I was married. A result of months of COVID is that people feel so stressed that oldies like my wife and I can easily get depressed. We therefore both decided that we had to find a way of changing something in our lives to brighten up our day. We knew we couldn't travel much or dine in the local bar, but suddenly we had the thought of buying a cheaper car. We knew we'd get a thrill from that, as we'd had a car a while. It was time to buy a modern one with a totally different style. I called a friend who works with cars, as I love the type he drives, and soon he turned up at our door with a car that changed our lives. The colour wasn't quite our choice, and nor was the maker's name, Plus, we'd have to change to diesel fuel, but we loved it just the same. The car has changed the way we drive, which sounds a bit dramatic, but finally we share the joy of a car that's automatic. That was built on the fact that I finally got an automatic car, and it completely changed my life.
I've got an automatic. We just bought an automatic car last year. I would never go back to a manual. It's just you're commuting to work is almost a joy now, but
yes,
huge difference. And you've also got one on self-isolating, I understand.
Yeah, we can try this one. Every day I watch the news to check upon the virus, but now I fear I rarely hear some words that would inspire us. Our country's now in lockdown, including shops and schools. So every day we must obey the various regs and rules. Because I'm in my 80s, I've been told I shouldn't roam. They say it's best I take a rest and stay inside my home. And when I must go shopping, I feel safe in empty stores. I know I must arrive there just before they close the doors. As for socializing with a lockdown, which a lockdown always ends, I use my phone as I'm alone to FaceTime all my friends. I do feel for the people who are striving to survive. It's shocking how the lockdown now has totally changed our lives. I'm just a golden oldie who prays it won't be long before the day when we can say the COVID threat has gone. The answer's in the vaccine, as we have so much to gain, and the time will come when everyone can live their lives again.
Oh, that's lovely. That's wonderful, Norm. Yeah, you got a real gift for poetry. So I'm very envious.
Sorry?
You've got a real gift for poetry. I'm very envious.
Oh, I enjoy it.
And
I like the one about my boy. Do you want to hear that one? Modern technology.
Whatever one you would, I'd happily hear both. Norm, I've got the time. If you want to.
Okay, I like this one.
Yeah.
Everyone liked this one. This went in the paper straight away. Modern technology. I have a son called Damien who's really on the ball. Computers, pads, and iPhones, he's expert on them all. I admire his generation as they take it in their stride, while I can't grasp the basics, however hard I've tried. Damien tries to be patient, though he finds it quite a pain, explaining things he explained before time and time again. I have to write the details down inside a reference book, so when my memory lets me down, I know just where to look. But just when I've finally mastered my laptop, phone, and pad, I hear again those dreaded words, "It's time to upgrade, Dad." Oh no, I'm back where I started, with numerous changes in store, as lots of the rules that I finally learned don't seem to apply anymore. So it's back on the phone to Damien to hear the new rules that apply, and he always insists it's so simple, I can work it all out if I try. It's not that I'm ignorant or stupid. I had a successful career. It's just that we are now in a far different world, and we olders are struggling, I fear. I admit, though, technology is amazing. I use Google time and again, and FaceTime's an absolute miracle, as I don't have to get on a plane when I want to have chats with my daughter. In order to brighten my day, I totally forget when I see her that she's 9,000 miles away. End of story.
Yeah. Yeah, it's lovely hobby to have, that, Norm. Really, very nice. And I take it you got more ideas in the pipeline and more, hoping to have more published soon.
I've run out of ideas now. I think a lot of people have. There was a time when you could think of lots of subjects for poetry, but we're going through funny times, and they're very careful what they put in the paper. I put in one all about cars, you know, the problem with traffic, millions of cars all over the world, and they wouldn't print it. They knew that would depress people.
Well, they won't print it, but I'll air it. Do you want to read it to me? I'll get it out there, as it were.
No, I'm not sure if I... Yeah, it's nothing special, but I just thought it's something I need to get off my chest.
Yeah, yeah.
It's called Living with Cars.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever there's nowhere to park my car, or I'm stuck in a long traffic jam, I find myself thinking how crazy it is and how totally helpless I am. Cars have now taken over our lives. It's the way we all travel these days. But so many roads have too many cars, and traffic brings countless delays. I always think back to the great Henry Ford and his famous assembly line, when no one foresaw that mass-produced cars would change the whole world over time. Now, over 100 years later, the truth has slowly unfurled, as over 1 billion vehicles are clogging the roads of the world. Figures have shown that in 1 year, 70 million cars were produced, yet no one has voiced the opinion that such numbers must be reduced. Parking is now an enigma. The most frequent question by far is whether or not when you get there, there'll be a spare place for your car. So what is the plan for the future? I suggest one big change for a start, that 90% of our drivers will have to drive cars that are smart.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good one. Yeah. I think what's so great about your poems, Norm, is that they're very relevant, even though Brexit is still, well, we're still feeling the effects of that, and you know, you've got your finger on the pulse there, which I think is really good.
Well, just before I go, I can give you my masterpiece.
Please do.
Do you want it? Then
Yeah.
I'll let you off.
No, I'd love to have it. Please go ahead.
Okay, it's called Phone Bliss.
Mm-hmm.
Today I tried to make a call, insurance query, that was all. I hoped to talk to someone live who answered queries 9 to 5. Instead came a recorded voice that told me I must make a choice. The voice explained that they could clearly process my own type of query. If I would hear the options given and choose a number 1 to 7, then press the one that's right for me and I'd be answered instantly. So I listened hard to all the list, but lots of what was said I missed. And though it taxed my aging brain, I listened to the list again. At first I thought that option 3 was probably the one for me, but then it seemed that option 4 might suit my query even more. I made my choice with breath abated, pressed on option 4 and waited, hoping as I'd made a start meant I would get the right department. I listened then to various rings, the buzzings, clicks and tones and things, which made me think in sudden dread that they might cut me off instead. At last, I heard a constant ring, which obviously I hope would bring a human person who was free to talk about my policy. The ringing stopped, I heard a click, I got my question ready quick. A voice came on, but oh, the pain, the flipping record once again. The voice said they would take my question once the lines had less congestion, which of course I swiftly knew meant I was in a bloody queue. Soon I thought I'd turn to violence when I got some dreadful silence, but at last a sound came through, recorded music, dead on cue. The voice kept cutting in to say they're sorry for the long delay, but finally a real girl came to ask me would I give my name. Then came the pause. Yeah, computer checks. I guess what she would ask me next. And sure enough, she made the plea they'd have to check security. I answered questions one by one, my date of birth, and then my mum. I said her maiden name was Wyatt, but then, oh no, the phone went quiet. Someone somewhere had forgotten, pulled a plug or pressed a button. All my waiting on the line had been a total waste of time. There was no way I'd tried again. I really couldn't stand the strain. I found another way that's better. Just buy a stamp and send a letter. I'm proud of that one.
I think we could all relate to it as well, can't we? We've all had a nightmare like that, haven't we? So
we've all done it, haven't we? Oh, trying to get through on a bloody phone.
Oh, I know. Well, I want to say thank you, Norman, for taking the time to talk to me today. It's been really.
Oh no, thoroughly enjoyed it. You know, Saturday and Sunday.
It's been a delight and a joy to speak to you as always.
Okay, mate. I'll let you go now.
Okay. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you soon.
All right. What do I press? Oh, you better press it.
Oh, yeah, I'll end it. Yeah. Take care, Norm.
Cheers.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Graham.
Hi, Philip.
How you doing?
I'm all right. And you?
Yeah, not bad, thanks. Not bad. Okay, great.
I had lunch on Thursday with John Grover and Vernon and a bunch of others, like we do. We call ourselves sprocketeers because we were around when it was all sprockets.
Yeah, I had. I was speaking to John only. I think it must have been. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday.
He said, yeah.
And he mentioned you. I think he was saying that he and Vernon were going to watch No Time to Die on his.
All right.
I don't know if they did or not, but it'd be quite interesting to.
Yeah, no, he said he hadn't seen it yet. That's which is interesting. But we move on, don't we?
Because what I'm doing with what I did with John is I did a little pre-record for License to Kill event that I'm planning.
Right.
So I spoke to John Glenn as well, and I've got a nice.
Oh, good. How is he? I haven't seen him for ages.
Yeah, he seems to be pretty good. We spoke, I think, back in February. I think it was now.
Mm-hmm.
For 40 minutes or so.
I usually only, unfortunately, meet him at funerals. Or no, which is the last time I saw it? It was a Bond event, I think, at Pinewood that I last saw him. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I think they've stopped those now. I think partly because of COVID, but I think it's Disney's. I think shut them down because they.
Oh right, they now own it all. Yeah.
Well, I think they've taken like a 10-year lease out on it, and I think they're very protective of.
Sure.
Of their high quality stuff,
Sure. I think the last one I went to actually was for Chitty Bang Bang, which was also the Cubby Broccoli.
Yeah, I went to that one. Yeah, that's last. I think
last
one.
Were you there?
Yeah.
Oh, I was there. Yeah, I had. I mean, there were not many of us left from that film 50 years ago. It was a 50-year celebration. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
I didn't. Yeah, I was pretty. But I was there. I wound up after we were watching the film. We watched the film at Theatre 7. Did you join us there to see the film?
Yeah.
Well, the two kids, not kids anymore, came up to at the end and said, "Come and have dinner with us at the hotel." Which was very nice to catch up on that because we were 50 years ago. My goodness, they were 9 and 10 years old or something.
Yeah. And now, of course. Sorry. Glenn.
No, I mean it was a very a year of my life on Chitty Bang Bang, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Of course, I took a day off to get married in the middle of it, and we had our honeymoon in the south of France and in southern Germany on Cubby Broccoli. Bless him.
Oh, wonderful.
A working honeymoon.
Was it such a long period of time just because of the complexity that the film presented?
Well, we had to do 2 weeks. The first thing I did on it was we had to do 2 weeks of test because the American producers didn't believe we could do playback on tape. They were still doing it on discs, would you believe?
Right.
And they said, you can't do it on the tape will stretch. So the mixer, boss, John Mitchell, he ordered special heavy duty tape from Agfa, and we had it put on 7-inch reels so we could use it for playback. And my first job on there was for 2 weeks. I just to go start, stop, back, forward, start, stop, back, forward on this tape to prove that it didn't stretch and it could be used. We'd been using tape at Pinewood for years for playback, you know, and that's one of those things that we were ahead on. Anyway, of course, it didn't stretch, and so we used tape. That was how it started, and the final days were back in the studio doing green screen, or might have been blue screen in those days, green screen stuff, you know, that was left over at the end, as there always is. But that was a year of my life. And another year was Magnificent Men and Their Flying Machines, very similar. You know.
When you say they were originally using discs, what they kind of like?
They literally on a Sound of Music, they took a disc of, you know, a disc and a needle.
Oh, like vinyl.
Yeah, and played it as playback.
Oh, right.
I mean, I can't remember ever doing that at Pinewood. We were always tape, as far as I knew. We had an old disc player, which was never used in my time. That's from 61 onwards. It was stuck in the corner, but that must have been used before then. But we were using tape for playback as long as, you know, since 1961, certainly.
Yeah. So going from 50 years of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang now to 60 years of James Bond with Dr. No.
Yes.
I mean, it's hard to believe, isn't it, that it's now 60
it is.
years old. Because you were sound camera operator on Dr. No?
No, what I should explain to people is that at that time, Pinewood had permanent production staff, which was a mixer, a boom operator, a maintenance engineer. I won't say man, they were all women. A sound camera operator who looked after the recording. When they were in the studio, that was in a room, a remote room, and when they're on location, it was on a portable recorder. And an assistant, then called a boom operator's assistant, because that was what I was taken on as, which meant running the cables, getting the tea. But because we were all permanent staff, and because production requirements sort of varied a lot, I would get moved around a lot. I may have only been on many pictures, in Dr. No included. I may have been on them only for a few days as a holiday relief or an extra hand when it was needed. I put them all on my IMDb, really just to remind me of it all. Really, I never. People, they keep coming back like this one to challenge my memory. But I mean, as far as Bond is concerned, we all in the sound department worked on every Bond for many years. In fact, and this was towards the latter time of my Bonds. This was recognized by Cubby and Barbara and Michael. In fact, they gave crew jackets to everybody in the sound department, because we were all involved at some point or another, where there was a transfer bay, shooting ADR dialogue or Foley's, footsteps and stuff, sound effects, or in the actual dubbing theatre or on the production crew. We were all involved somewhere. And they really recognized this, and so they used to give everybody a crew jacket, all the Pinewood staff a crew jacket at the end.
So even at that stage, other companies weren't recognizing sound departments in the way that the Broccoli's were. It wasn't sort of.
Well, no, I mean the Broccoli's were two very loyal teams, the Broccoli's and the Carry-Ons.
Yeah,
you know, they were like almost like permanent Pinewood movies for many years, and So we, they were like a family. Both of those events were like a family. And I went, touched in and out. I was in the transfer bar, I think, for the one shot in Jamaica. I remember I got thousands of feet with nothing on it. They just kept the recorder running, hopefully that something would come in. Thunderball.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And transfer bay for that. I really got, I was a few days or maybe a week or so on Goldfinger. I was a boom operator for artist tests on From Russia with Love, which was, as an 18-year-old, that was quite an event because we were testing a young lady in a bed with nothing on, except a little black band around her neck. So that was quite, I've just not long left school, and I thought, they're paying me for this. I couldn't believe it. Anyway, so then in other things, I really heavily got involved as one of the re-recording mixers on Live and Let Die or Man with the Golden Gun, whichever one came first. One of those, and I was on the re-recording as a re-recording mixer on all of the subsequent ones up until Daniel Craig took over, up until the last Pierce Brosnan. So first of all as a sound effects mixer, and then latterly as the chief re-recording mixer.
Was it a conscious decision for you to move away from the Bond films after Die Another Day? Were you kind of sort of not semi-retiring at that point, or did it just seem like a natural stopping point?
Well, when I stopped, no, I retired and before Daniel Craig's one. In fact, it was interesting. The last day of my actually being in the office, I was kept on as a consultant for a couple of years after that. But my last actually day in my office, I walked out through the cutting rooms at Pinewood, and in one of them was Martin Campbell, who I knew very well because I'd mixed a few films for him. And he said, "Graham, come and look at this." And he showed me these artist tests that he'd done with Daniel Craig for to be the new Bond. And I thought, yeah, he's okay, he's okay. I couldn't really, not really a judge, but yeah, he could do it. Anyway, that was the last thing I really had to do with any Bond. It was just quite fitting that it was my last day in my office as the head of the department that I bumped into Martin on the way out, and he stopped me to show me this stuff.
Oh, that's lovely. Because you'd obviously get together on GoldenEye, so you had that
on GoldenEye and a couple of films I did before him, The Deceivers and Criminal Law, and I did No Escape, which was not a great movie, unfortunately. But no, I'd mixed with Martin before, and I knew, we got on quite well.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you see Martin Campbell in Bond documentaries, he always seems to be very, on set, very high energy.
Oh, definitely, yeah. I mean, I think he was really a real powerhouse on set, but with in post production, we got on very well. I mean, he had his very, very, very strong views, which was good, but I was able to do whatever he wanted.
And I think a lot of fans are probably hoping that he'll reboot the series for the next film, perhaps. That might be
because he did save them twice, didn't he? He saved them with Pierce, and he saved them with Craig, Daniel Craig, and that was not gone unmissed on certain of us.
No, that's right. Because I when looking at your credits, for your credit on Dr. No, it does say it does credit you as a sound camera operator.
Does it? Oh, well, maybe I was for a while, which, as I say, it was probably meant being in a room in the sound department with a 35mm sound recorder in contact with the production, with the floor, with the set on the stage, and whenever they wanted to shoot, there was a signal of buses that came up. There was 3 buses for turnover. I would turn over, and in those days, the film camera and the sound recorder were all locked in by a Selsin motor that was housed in the sound department. So my turning on the button turned over the anything that was online, which was the camera and the sound. And if we were doing back projection, it would turn over the projector. So that I would do. That's what I was doing on that. But I always remember from the early days at Pinewood, I used to get very bored sitting up there waiting for them to get ready to shoot. So I would shoot down to the stage whenever I could and watch what's going on. And then I quite often had to really pace it back into the room, and they suddenly said, "No, we won't rehearse. We'll shoot the rehearsal." I had to pace it back to the room to get in time to turn everything over.
I don't know if you we've encountered Terence Young obviously on the film, but did you ever encounter Terence Young at any point in your career?
I can remember him when I was on set. I can remember him directing, but the likes of junior sound personnel didn't really have much to do with the director, to be honest.
I take it you don't have any specific memories of specific sets or anything particularly on that film.
Not really. I mean, if it is the right one, I can remember the set with the bridge that was over the Piranha tank. Is that the same film?
That was You Only Live Twice.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and that isn't actually on your IMDb page, so that might be a credit that should be
You
added.
Only Live Twice, really?
Yeah.
No,
it was,
maybe that was not one that I had enough to do with to be to consider I did anything on. But I mean, I would have been around for You Only Live Twice. Was that the one in Japan?
That would have been 67. That was, so it would have been 66.
67. Yeah. No, that was after or at the same time as Chitty Bang Bang, maybe. No, anyway, no, I didn't. But I probably didn't have much to do with that. Mainly, I tell you why, because I had moved in. No, I hadn't moved into the dubbing theatre. I can't remember why. Sorry, my memory comes back. But if I haven't put it on there, then I must have had nothing to do with it.
But as you say, because you're Pinewood staff, you're seeing productions come in and out all the sort of time. So, and I imagine you probably would have, the hoopla about the volcano set. Chances are you would have,
Oh yeah, I remember the volcano set, certainly. Yes, yeah. And I think it was the submarine set. Which was that one on?
Spy Love Me.
Spy Love Me. We must have had not much to do at the time, so they actually got us sound guys involved with wiring up all the public address system in the 007 stage. So I can remember spending a week or so running cables around the gantries of the 007 stage before the shoot there. Yeah. But we were, that's why I'm saying it was. We were all a team of permanent staff who were moved around all over the place, whatever was needed and wherever it was needed.
I just checked that your credits and Chitty Bang Bang was 68. So You Only Live Twice would have been the year before.
Well, it must have been. We were shooting in 67, so because that's when the year I got married. I do remember that.
I mean, even though you were on Dr. No, say a couple of days, would you still have been very interested in seeing the film on the big screen? Would you actually?
I don't think anybody actually at the time knew what a big successful movie it was. We didn't really. I mean, it was just an interesting. I mean, every film for me, honestly, at that age was interesting. So yeah, I mean, it certainly was, and obviously after the success of it, you know, we followed and became part of what I would like. I love to think we were part of the Bond family, because all the sound was finished off in the Pinewood Sound Department for many years.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, do you remember seeing Dr. No and thinking, "Oh, this is a bit of a game changer"?
I don't, I'm afraid. No, I don't think anybody did, to be honest. No, we didn't. It's a bit like Star Wars. Everybody hated that. I mean, I can remember walking through the sound department sometime, and they were running rushes from Star Wars from what they'd shot in North Africa somewhere. Was it Morocco or Tunisia?
Oh, Tunisia.
Yeah, and I was just walking through in the sound department. I looked through the production room board, and there were these endless shots of sand and little tiny people moving around, and everybody was saying, "This is a turkey."
Yeah.
How wrong can you be?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think yes. The same with Dr. No. I think people were saying, "Oh, it's it's disgusting sex and violence that will never catch on," and all these kind of things. And yeah. So I mean, but I mean, how important is it to you, from your career point of view and personally, to be involved with the Bond franchise and to, have that on your credits and being part of the Bond world?
Well, partly because every Bond was a pleasure to work on. I mean, Cubby was really the best boss ever. He looked after us very well. We worked long hours, but he paid us well, and he fed us well. I have a particular memory of one of the early ones, and I can't remember what it was, because they had good parties. They used to have great parties. And there was an end of picture party at Pinewood, and I really can't remember which film it was for, but I was very, 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 very junior, and probably didn't have much to do with the movie that we were having the Christmas party, the end of picture party for. Anyway, they were held in the Pinewood restaurant, which you're aware of, and coming into the top entrance by the stage, we walked along this little corridor, and Cubby was there, welcoming everybody. And I came up. He shook my hand and said, "Hello, Graham. Welcome, Graham." I mean, I had no idea how he knew my name. Maybe he had somebody tipping him off. But even if he did, just to go to that trouble, to make himself personally aware of everybody, which was just so typical of Cubby.
And did you ever encounter Harry Saltzman at all?
We did. He was not such a nice person as Cubby. No, he wasn't. I mean, they did split up quite early on. He was a powerful producer, but he didn't have the charm of Cubby.
I think he's more sort of the behind the scenes sort of business person. Didn't have Cubby's people, from what I can sort of tell. I mean, what is the best event you've been to in terms of the Bond connection? Obviously, of course, Pinewood events, but maybe premieres or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a great party at the end of the premiere. I remember one, it may have been GoldenEye, which was in a marquee that covered one of the squares in London. And we had the premiere in the Odeon, Leicester Square, I think, and I knew that they said the coach would pick us up around the whatever street it is behind the Odeon, and everybody was trying to find their way and shuffle out the front door. And I said to my wife, "We'll go down there, down by the screen. There's a door out that leads out to the back." We went out of there, and there was the coach, the first coach. We got on the front seat of the first coach. So we were the first people at the party, which was okay, except we had rather a lot of champagne.
That's never a bad thing.
But no, that we had great parties on, well, there's with Cubby on Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I remember we had a great party in southern Germany for Stanley Sopel's birthday. I remember that one particularly. Then we had the premieres at the Albert Hall, which were quite a big deal, you know, and super parties afterwards. Yeah, no, good parties, good times.
Wonderful. Do you have any memories of Stanley Sopel? Of course, a very important figure in Bond.
Yeah, yes, yeah, he was a charming person, really nice person, and I worked with his daughter afterwards. Yeah, no, he was a very nice person.
Oh, wonderful. I mean, how do you feel of the Royal Albert Hall as the place for the Bond premieres? Because I don't think, some people have said the sound for playing movies in there isn't perhaps the best.
No, it was not. It certainly wasn't. I mean, certainly, I do remember, of course, when we had 5.1, we were trying to get the surrounds to work. And for the Queen, in her box, I think, we actually put surround speakers in her box for her. I'm sure she didn't appreciate them. But no, we had to turn the center channel because there's like a 7-second reverberation time in there, and you want to hear the dialogue, so we had to turn the center channel up about 6 dBs, as I recall, just to make sure it was clear. But nobody's there to hear the quality of the sound. They're here for the event.
Yes, that's true. Because the next month they've got Superman the movie in concert, which I'm going to. I don't know if you're going to that one. That's at the Albert Hall on 25th of June.
All right.
There's a few people from Superman the movie attending. I think some of the actors are coming over.
Right.
I don't think as many as it, because it was going to be before the pandemic, and of course it's been cancelled. So I think there's not as many people as it would have been. But I know Peter MacDonald, the camera operator, is going.
Right.
And maybe probably a few other people. So that might be sort of quite a good event, I think.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah. I mean, I don't know how it stands the test of time. It's sort of become a classic, isn't it? I guess. Yeah, that was a big, a big event in my life for 2 reasons. One, as I explained it, back in those days, there were very few screen credits given to anybody other than the very, very heads of department. But Superman the movie was the first screen credit I ever got. You'll find on my IMDb, but most of them say not credited. That's because they didn't credit the likes of just the effects mixer or the boom operator, or they just didn't credit those in those days. So Superman the movie was the first film I got a credit on. I remember going to Dick Donner, thanking him very much, because I asked him if I and the other effects mixer, Nick LeMessurier, could have a credit. We met, and he was very good in giving us one. And I said, we also feel that our chief re-recording mixer, Gordon McCullum, should have a front credit. And he looked at me and he said, he should get a better agent. So that's what it's all about. It's your agent. Anyway, so it was my first screen credit, and the first time I was nominated for an Oscar. So that was a big double, for me.
And was it, because I think is it 3 Oscars you've been nominated for? Is it
3? Yes. Yeah.
I mean, what was it like to go to a ceremony like that? It must be quite memorable.
Oh yeah, I mean, you're totally overwhelming, really, in a very nice hotel and a limo to take you everywhere, and the parties, and as the first time nominee, obviously disappointed that we didn't win. But then when I learned that the winner, I forget which film it was that year, but the winner had been nominated 11 times before, so I didn't feel so bad about it then. And the second 2 times I was nominated, we didn't go with such high disappointment. We just went along to enjoy it because there's a very good chance that we wouldn't win, and we didn't. We didn't. So
Well, I suppose there's so much cachet with just being nominated, isn't it? I suppose it probably
yes, indeed.
opens
Yeah,
a lot of doors for a lot of people with on those films.
yeah. And I'm very proud of my daughter, who has actually gone along to win on her first nomination for Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, wonderful! Yeah, yeah, it's a great film, that, isn't it?
Yeah, no, she won the Oscar for that, which was I'm very proud of.
I think when we were talking last time, you were talking about your contribution to Superman. One of the main ones being convincing Dick Donner to have the whoosh as Superman was flying
Yes.
around.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, he was, when we started, he was very definitely against having a whoosh on the flight. So I figured, well, we all thought that it's still going to be a bit flat without a whoosh of some sort. So I experimented around with some sounds to make movement, very crudely in those days. That was just to, in fact, sweep a notch filter, so a peak of certain frequencies, and I would sweep it through the sound, and so it went, and we gradually began to sneak it in. And when you see it again on the Albert Hall, hopefully you'll hear it most times.
Oh yes, I'm sure I will. Yeah. Did you? Was there any other key contributions that you felt you made to Superman the movie that might be worth mentioning?
Well, I tell you, one of the big difficult thing was there were a big team of sound editors. So there was a dialogue editor, effects editor, sound effects editor, and an electronic sound effects editor, and obviously there's music. So for every sound, let's take for example a light switch. For every light switch, we had the original sound from the set, which was probably not very good. We had a sound effects light switch, which may well have had 3 or 4 elements that they thought would make it interesting that were supposed to add together. There was an electronic light switch by the electronics editor who thought that some of those sounds could be used, and sometimes even the music sort of picked it up. So every time there was a light switch or any sort of a sound effect, it was quite often there was a vast menu of sounds that we could choose or mix together or reject to make what we thought was the right decision. We just did it on that basis. We tried stuff and thought what was right. I don't recall there was anybody ever complaining about anything we did or asking us to alter it. So I guess we were doing the right thing. That was very much the sort of things that we sound effects mixers had to do then. We had all these tracks laid up for us by these army of sound editors, and we had to pick out the combination of what we thought was best for the movie.
I mean, it must have been lovely working on the sound for things like the Fortress of Solitude and Krypton and things that obviously were very distinctive.
Yes, well, we had the Chris Greenham, the sound editor, who was a very renowned sound editor, and he was the head. He was the supervising sound editor, I guess you'd call him now. And yeah, no, he had a tight ship, and he organised some very nice sounds for us. I remember particularly I think the electronics sound editor was Peter Purnell, who he was also the sound editor on Blade Runner. Yeah, and he was creating. His history was from Jerry Anderson's Thunderbirds and stuff. So he'd really gone through the whole gamut and came up through Superman and onwards, and created some great sound effects in the early days of electronic sound effects.
Yeah. Did you ever encounter Derek Meddings?
Oh yes, definitely. Yes. Yeah, no, I knew Derek fairly well. I mean, last time I saw him, last time I remember was a picture. Oh, it's a German production. There were 2 sequels. I was on the second one, about a flying dog.
Right.
Do you remember that one? Oh, the story, Never-Ending Story. Never-Ending Story 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, it gradually comes back. Yeah, no, I remember at the end of Never-Ending Story, Derek was the special effects on that, and the producer took us to a very, very pleasant after thank you dinner in Cookham, I remember, near me.
Yeah.
With Derek was there.
Yeah, it always came across, and again, what I've seen on documentaries is a very sort of kind, gentle sort of chap.
Yes.
Really.
Yeah. No, one of the interested gentlemen. We have a few.
Yes. Well, I think an awful lot. Yes, in my experience anyway. What do you think, having worked at Pinewood for so long, what makes Pinewood, the best studio in the world?
Oh, well, apart from working there for 46 years, it obviously was a big studio and did a lot of very important movies, and was pretty well up until Rank sold it. It was always owned by the same people. Lots of other studios changed ownership. Shepperton changed ownership a couple of times. Pinewood bought it in the end, but no, it was the consistency, I guess, and it was again like a big family. It's just a great place to work. It really was. It was a sad day when we went what we call for war, when they actually decided that they had to get rid of servicing productions with our staff, and that didn't apply to post-production. We kept the post-production stuff going, and at that time, my boss had been saying, "Oh, I want you to go to the dubbing theatre. I want you to go and, into the mixing theatre." And I said, "No." He'd been saying for me quite a while. I said, "No, I want to be out. I want to be out being a boom operator or being out on set." Anyway, along came whatever it was, 1970, 71, when we had to go. We went for war, and he came and he said, "Well, we're going to sadly let all the production crews go. Do you want to go in the dubbing theatre now?" And I just had a very young baby and a big fat mortgage, so and there was no work outside, so of course that was a no-brainer, and I never regretted it. I went on. It's slow progression in Pinewood. Permanent staff, it's not like some of the rapid promotion that you can get if you're freelance and you get on the right film with the right people. It was just slow, but I mean, I just enjoyed every day of it. So, there's more than money.
That's right. I think when Moonraker was being made, it was tax-wise they moved the production to France because the film industry wasn't that great in the 70s. What was it like for you as a member of the Pinewood staff?
Well, yeah, there were 2 things that happened that we noticed as sound people. One was the musicians' union problems, which meant that all of a sudden all the music was being recorded in Eastern Europe for those reasons, and the tax incentives or the tax advantages of not shooting in the UK. There was not just France, there was Spain, there was Ireland. There were lots of reasons where stuff was done in different countries. I remember for a number of Bond films, we had the Foleys were farmed out to a French company, but they were awful. We had to do a load of some of them again. The thing about Foley recording or sound effects recording is you look at the shot, and if there's something very important, you spend a lot of time getting that right. And I remember the particular occasion, I can't remember which film it was Roger Moore, I'm sure, he's climbing up the Greek mountain on ropes, And the ropes are a very important sound for his safety. Yeah. And they were absolute crap. So we had to have them all done again in England. The sounds for that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was for you guys only, that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm. One thing I wanted to ask you about was the Mountain Golden Gun, because again, a lot of that was shot in Bangkok, Hong Kong.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah, obviously a lot of it mainly because of the location, the visuals. You know, it was quite stunning quite stunning locations, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how much of the interiors were shot there. I really don't know.
I think most of it's probably done in Pinewood. Scaramouche's Funhouse and all that sort of thing.
Yeah, sure. Sure.
Interior of the James Bond Island, and I mean, have you visited places like the James Bond Island and the locations and things like that? Or
no, I haven't. Not on Bond. I never went on location on Bond. I was on location, as I said, from Chitty Bang Bang, and I had one year where I had 3 locations. One was in. I spent a couple. First one was Monte Carlo on a film called Kaleidoscope. And then what was the next one? I was in Berlin. Oh yeah, I should remember that one because that's where I met my wife. But before that, before we got married, I was on a couple of months in Granada on a film with the Allbrinner called sorry, memory missed that title at the moment. Anyway, it was directed by Ken Anakin, and the location was supposed to be India, and we were using the Sierra Nevada, so we were based in Granada, in the southern Spain. And having met my now wife on location in Berlin, and things were moving, so she actually made her way down to Granada by train from Berlin, and so she spent time with me on location down there. And then, as I said, the next location was on Chitty Bang Bang, where we actually got married. Oh, we got married here, but we went for a honeymoon there. Yeah, The Long Duel was that movie.
Long Duel. I mean, would you have encountered somebody like Christopher Lee at any point? Because I think he was.
Christopher Lee, well, yeah. I mean, when I spent before the first 10 years when I was on production, I'm sure I encountered him on set in one or other movies, because there were quite a lot that I worked on. Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's anything particular with Christopher Lee. I've certainly met him, but it may have been at Bond parties or something. I don't know. I can't remember.
I know he did a Bond convention in '96, which I did go to, and I was 12 at that time. This is my first one at Pinewood, and but of course, I no memories because it's so long ago. But people that I have spoken to who worked with Christopher Lee tend to sort of say that he was quite very serious on set, even if he was doing his Dracula and things that could very easily be sort of taken fun of.
I remember when I met him, I worked on Billy Wilder's Private Life of Sherlock Holmes, where he played Mycroft.
Right.
Yeah, first time without a wig. I remember that. Yeah, he was a serious actor, and I can't say he was a ball of fun because he was doing a very serious job.
Yeah.
But of that ilk, I do remember a very pleasant time when Peter Cushing, who was another charming gentleman, and we met. I was in the Pinewood Bar one evening, and we met with my wife and daughter actually, and he was very nice and signed a picture for everything for my daughter. I've got it here around there. Well, she's probably taken it now. But yeah, no, that was he was a really nice person.
Oh, good, wonderful. Last time we mentioned some of the Carry-On cast, mentioned Kenneth Williams and Sid James. I was wondering whether you had any memories of the other staple cast.
Well, they were, again, this is, as I said, this is like one of the families, and working on a Carry On was just such fun. It was just fun all day, serious fun, because we were making a movie, but there was no shortage of laughs. I mean, Kenneth Williams kept us amused throughout the day, you know, when he wasn't actually on set. Sid James, I remember spending a lot of time on the phone to his bookie. Yeah, I mean, what else can I remember about them? They were all nice people, obviously. I can't remember any nasty people on the Carry On at all. Kenneth Williams, you know, I used to I got very well with Kenny. I remember on a film called Twice Round the Daffodils, which was sort of in a sanatorium, and there were games like drafts and chess, and in between shots we would sit and play board games, and I never thought about any sort of untoward approach. He certainly never made any untoward approach, which is quite amazing, really, considering I never saw him make any untoward approach to any young males, which wasn't always the case with everybody in the film industry.
Some had reputations, it sounds like. How about Charles Hawtrey?
Well, yeah, bless him. He was quite scatty, drank quite a lot.
Right.
Yeah, he was a bit like you see him on screen, really, only not quite as funny when he was off screen.
Okay.
I have my personal opinions about scores for Bond, because I was never, the early ones were fine, but I was never very keen on the later John Barry scores. I didn't think they were really cutting the ice and not really actually following the pace of the movie or helping the pace of the movie. But also, I mean, he had to really be pressed to use the Bond theme because he didn't write it. And so, you know, that didn't always help, because everybody expects the Bond theme.
Yeah.
And we had GoldenEye. We had to have the tanker chase, not John Barry, but another composer. The tanker chase had to be completely rescored because we couldn't. We really needed some Bond theme on that, and the composer hadn't supplied it.
I think John Altman did that eventually.
Yeah, he did it. Yeah, he did that 7-minute piece of music of, you know, in record time, I think. I mean, it sounds something like we decided on the Monday that it wasn't going to work, so he wrote it on the Tuesday, recorded it on the Wednesday, and we mixed it on the Thursday. It's, you know, something like that. It was amazingly quick.
Yeah. I think it's a very good score for GoldenEye that Eric Sierra did, but of course it did miss that James Bond theme a little bit. So, but I think the James Bond theme certainly saved. If you want to sort of go back to Dr. No for a second in terms of what made it so successful, that Bond theme, of course, is one of the key elements.
Iconic, yeah, absolutely iconic. You know, and it's so recognizable.
And I know that Monty Norman's score, a lot of it wasn't deemed to be that usable, so John Barry was kind of forced to just drop the 007 Bond theme into the film. And of course, John did the 007. He composed something called the 007 theme, which was his attempt to rival the Bond theme, I guess.
Sure.
That's quite interesting.
But no, I don't think, you know, it was just so recognizable and so expected, you know.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen Dr. No reasonably recently?
Recently?
Yeah.
A while back now on television, I dipped into it. Yeah. I mean, depending upon what else I'm doing, it's quite easy to get sucked in again to watching a Bond movie.
Well, they're very watchable, aren't they? And I suppose
Mm.
if you had to sum up what makes them so successful, I mean, what do you think, in your opinion, makes them so?
Well, there are things to say about the Bond. You don't want to have time to analyze the plot. So
No.
one of the big successful elements was the fast editing, so that you were on this sort of ride, and this ride very often involved wonderful locations, exotic locations, and we in the sound department had to provide an exotic sound track. So you're on this ride, and you don't, the ride is something more of a substitute for plot, because you just don't want to sit down and think about the plot. Otherwise, you will come apart most of the time. Yeah, no, it's a ride, and it's wonderful. I mean, that's why I say I was a little disappointed in the last one, because I didn't want to get too serious. As I've said before, they were all wonderful experiences, and looked forward to by everybody and enjoyed by everybody, and just privileged to be involved.
Yeah. I've got to mention Cleopatra, Elizabeth Taylor, and Richard Burton, because I think you did a few days on that one, I believe.
Cleopatra, well, yes. Very early on in my career, that was. They were shooting some pickup shots. Do you want me to tell the anecdote?
Please, yes.
They were picking up some pickup shots, and we were on D stage at Pinewood, and for whatever reason, the set was on a rostrum about 3 or 4 feet off the ground at one end, and the camera was set quite far back, and I don't know why that was. Anyway, I was positioned by the mixer, said, take the microphone on a short stick, a 3-foot stick, go down in front of the rostrum, and then you can pick up the dialogue from there. So I'm down there, and Richard Burton and Elizabeth Taylor start this terrible row, and they were shouting and screaming these obscenities to each other, and I'm just trying to cringe down so that they can't see me, and I look back, and it's where the camera is black. I can't see anybody back there against the lights. I can't see anything, so I'm just cringing down, and all of a sudden, mid obscenity, Richard Burton looks down straight at me and points at me and says, "Who is this boy?" And I thought, oh my God. So anyway, fortunately, the mixer came down and explained why I had to be there, and that probably sort of calmed them down a bit from their row. But anyway, that was quite an early experience.
Yeah, very, very memorable, yeah. I mean, do you remember some things like the Sea Wolves? I mean, Andrew McLaglen.
Andrew McLaglen, yeah, I was on the mixing of that, sound effects mixer in the theatre. Yeah, it was interesting movie. Quite an extensive cast of, shall we say, senior actors. Quite fun. Yeah, Andrew McLaglen was a very amenable guy, and I don't recall any particular problems with the mix. It all worked. It was one of those where, again, you hear what you see. There's no subtlety to be involved.
Yeah. Of course, you have a rare distinction of working with, Sean Connery, Roger Moore, Timothy Dalton, and Pierce Brosnan. We haven't mentioned Pierce Brosnan, but what do you remember working with, encountering Pierce at any point?
Well, no, I mean, he was. That was, as I say, with Martin Campbell again, and we'd worked together before, so we got on very well. One thing I did do when Piers and Martin were in shooting dialogue, ADR, in the theatre, I went in there and I said, could you just ask Piers if he would do my answer phone message on my phone, please? Which he did when we had answer phone messages. So for a few years, I had my phone answered when I wasn't there by James Bond.
Do you still have the recording of that, or I suppose you?
I do, yeah. Probably on 35mm, probably. I don't know where I'd play it nowadays, but yeah.
Do you have many souvenirs like that? Any sound elements and things like that?
Not sound really. I mean, we used to get gifts occasionally from grateful producers, directors. Stanley Kubrick always sent a bottle of scotch at Christmas. I had a case of scotch from at the end of Blade Runner.
Yeah.
Which was nice, but yeah, that sort of thing. I do remember one, which I didn't really expect, was we were working on a film, Disney film, I think, called not the Ballad of Townland, Dr. Sin, the Scarecrow.
Yeah.
And Patrick McGowan, a really nice guy. We were working over Christmas, and he bought everybody on the set a present, which was very nice. I got one of those ceramic casks of port with a little tap on the bottom. Still got it.
Very nice. Yeah.
Port's gone.
and the scotch, I imagine, as well. Yeah.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Do you have a favourite director that you've worked with?
Well, yeah. I mean, the favourite I have to say is James Cameron. He didn't get on with very many people, but I got on very well with him, and I'm very proud of that mix on Aliens. And we were, we were very close for a while, and he used to talk to me quite a bit, even when he was after The Abyss. He would talk to me about what sort of stuff he was doing on sound for The Abyss and things like that. Very nice person, but he hasn't got that reputation because he didn't suffer fools gladly, and we got on fine. Obviously, it was a great privilege to work for David Lean, just because of the master that he was, and again, he was not. He could be quite spiky if you didn't get on with him, but I did, so that was fine. Stanley Kubrick, you just realize that because most people, if they last 3 days with him, then they're okay, and you're probably stuck with him for life, which was the case with me too. I mean, I was interviewed on the telephone. Fortunately, I was given tips by the likes of Bill Rowe, who had mixed other films of his. I was given tips about Stanley's quirks and what he was going to expect. And so I had a bit of pre-warning. Anyway, I passed the phone interview, and we went on to mix foreign language versions of Full Metal Jacket. And then from that came once he's got you, there's everything that he ever once done in sound, which was all the promo, the adverts, the promo films, even down to radio spots. I would have to mix for him for all over the world. And then I got heavily involved with him because he wanted to all of his material archived, all his sound material archived. I did a lot of work for him on that, which never really came to anything, unfortunately, because he got Warner Brothers to do it all in the end. No, that was fine. And then we came to mix Eyes Wide Shut. And sadly, he died just as we were starting.
I mean, do you get the sense that he was unwell at that point? It wasn't.
Not at all. No, I think it was quite sudden. I mean, he was not the best with his diet. He liked junk food, and I don't know. He obviously had heart problems, but
Yeah.
no, there was no no indication.
With someone like James Cameron, would you, having known the man, would you anticipated his sort of interest in the technology side, and because he seems to very rarely direct films anymore, he's very sort of, is that perhaps one of the reasons why he doesn't sort of gel so much with people, because he's very technically minded? And
Well, bless him, James he wanted to be, and he was involved with absolutely every element of the sound making, of the filmmaking, the camera stuff, the special effects stuff, the editing, the grading in the labs, everything he was absolutely involved with, even down to, which I'm grateful to him for, even down to the rebalancing of his movies for DVDs and or VHSs in the early days, which not many people do. Stanley did, but not many people did pay that much attention. And he had an interest and a very valuable input to every tiny detail of the filmmaking. James did, probably still does if he gets to, well, he's going to make Avatar 2, isn't he?
I think that's just about ready to go, I think. So whether there's an appetite for it, I'd imagine there probably is, but I think
it is that total 100% dedication to every detail that makes his film successful.
Yeah, and I think some of his films haven't come out in 4K because he's waiting to sign off on the masters and things. So I think it's.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure he would. You know, that is a bit like Stanley's Control, which is I don't know if you got that from Stanley, but it's the same as Stanley's Control. Yeah. Stanley used to send out people to listen to his movies in the cinema and just stop it if it wasn't sounding right.
It's obviously very admirable to be so involved, but at the same time, it could perhaps be a bit claustrophobic for those working with people like that if they're so very much about every sort of. Is that fair to say?
Yes, yes, I guess so. But as I said, if the industry is scattered with people who work for Stanley for 3 days and never again.
Yeah. But of course, James Cameron is more of a people person compared to Stanley, then, because it's sort of that.
I guess so. I mean, he's. It's difficult to judge because I mean he had a bad experience at Pinewood. He didn't get on with the shooting crew at all.
Yeah.
So it's a bit hard to judge that, really. I mean, I got the impression in those days that sequels, or any, not just sequels, but any film that you took these producers and directors and writers, they take their film to the studio, of which there were only like 5 or 6 of them in those days. Take them to the studio, and they would read the script and they'd say, "Okay, cut a third off the budget and I'll make it." And one of the ways they used to cut a third off the budget was to take it to England to make it, you know. And I think that was probably what happened to Aliens. Nobody was really sure whether although they should have been, because he'd directed Terminator, they were really sure whether the sequel was going to be as big as the original Alien. I think it probably was in the end, but so they made it in England, and he didn't have a very pleasant experience, hopefully, other than in the dubbing theatre.
Yeah. Just a couple of quick fire ones just to mention to you, Graham. You were dubbing or dubbing mixer on Curse the Pink Panther and Trail the Pink Panther. Was that?
Yes.
Does that spark any memories?
Yeah, I mean, I was the effects editor. Not many effects in those things. But Blake Edwards, very nice guy. I particularly remember Ralph Winter, the editor, who we worked with most of the time. I think also a really nice guy, a nice team, and of course Julie Andrews was around. They were fun to work on because, you know, they were of a genre that it seemed to me that they put the camera in a wide, a bit like a fast really. They put the camera in a wide shot and let all the action and the comedy happen in one shot almost very often. But no, it was good fun. Good fun working on the mix of that. Not very testing for sound effects. Mostly dialogue, obviously. You know, so we were there to make sure that the atmosphere of the rooms or the place sounded realistic, and that the footsteps and stuff sounded realistic. There wasn't really much action in them.
No. And I think Trail was particularly a bit controversial at the time because, of course, Peter Sayers had sadly died a couple of years before, and was all using outtake footage from his point of view.
Yes.
Must have been a bit of a somber atmosphere, I'm guessing, probably sort of working on you know, his final sort of cinematic, you know, the final, what was going to be his final performance.
Yeah, and you know, I didn't really get involved with that.
Yeah,
I remember Ralph Winter, lovely gentleman, said it, and he used to say, "Can you guys use one of your click knobs just to make this happen?" You know, click knobs was click knobs. He called everything. And at the end of the movie, he gave us these sweatshirts which said click knobs.
Do you have a favourite carry-on that you worked on, and if so?
Ooh, favourite. Well, I have very fond memories of the first one because it was the second movie that I ever worked on, and you know, I was just 17 or 18, which was Carry On Cruising, where it was all just so new to me, and I couldn't believe that they were paying me money to come in here and do this every day. My schoolmates had gone off into more sort of normal work, as we say, normal jobs with the post office or GPO or whatever and other stuff. And here was me just loving going to work every day, but and earning a couple of pounds a week more than any of them. I just loved it.
Yeah. Do you remember? Oh, sorry, go on, Graham.
No, I was going to say there is one thing I remember, which was an accident at the end there, where Kenny Connor comes around and jabs the injection into Lance Percival. That wasn't scripted. In fact, there was no way around the back there. He went off to the right of screen, round the back of the set, and ran in the back and did it. You know, and nobody knew it was going to happen, but it's in the movie. It didn't make any sense either, because there's no way around. There's no way for you could have got back behind him without going around the back of the set. But you know, it was so funny, and Lance Percival's reaction, because he didn't know what was going to happen.
I've got all the carols on DVD. I'll rerun that one.
Yeah, have a look at that one. Yeah.
I mean, one of my
but
sorry, Ben.
No, I mean, other than that, let's say Happy Family, no money, very short schedule for us to mix into. But the one thing about Jerry was that he was an editor before he was a director, and he had, in fact, that led him. He just really shot what he wanted to on the set. Traditionally, you start off with a big, wide, establishing shot, and most times you play the whole scene in case you want to cut back to it. You know, Jerry knew exactly what he was going to use of that shot, so he started off and say, "Cut, okay, that's it, print," and he didn't waste any film or any time.
I don't think people appreciated how small budget the carry-on films were, given the success they were having.
Very small budget, very low budget. I mean, I think we used to mix them in 2 weeks. You know,
I mean, how would that compare to, say, a Bond? How long would you have to mix a Bond for?
A Bond would be more like 10 weeks of long hours and 5-6 day week. That's like 6-7 day weeks. This is going back to an Alien story. When I heard that they might want me to mix Aliens, I had lunch with the producers, and they said, well, how long will it take to mix? I said, well, looking at, it's quite a big action movie. Compare it to Superman, which was 12 weeks, and a Bond film, which is like 10 weeks. So it'll be about 10 weeks, I said. And they said, well, they tell me in America, back in the States, they'll do it in 7. So I said, oh, okay, I'll do it in 7, But so we did work long hours, and we sometimes used 2 theatres with night shift to get it done, because there was an awful lot to do. And whether it's right or not, I don't know, but I sort of got the impression afterwards that 7 weeks of American mixing time is just like the final mixing. They'd done a lot of pre-mixing beforehand, where I was saying that all the pre-mixing and everything that needs to be done would take 10 weeks, So anyway, the upshot of it was when James took it over to America, and they all saw it, they said, how the hell did you do that in 7 weeks?
Yeah. In your experience, Graham, is there a lot of difference in terms of how different countries, different, say, somebody coming over from America, a different sort of working times, working styles? Is there anything that's you've encountered that's been particularly different?
Well, what was different, I'll tell you what was different. In those days, it was every American film had a dialogue mixer, an effects mixer, and a music mixer, and they were strictly, that's what they did. And the music mixer would probably not come in until the very end, when they'd got the music. The effects mixer did all the effects stuff, and the dialogue mixer did all the dialogue stuff. When they all sat down together, the lead mixer is the dialogue mixer, because the dialogue is the most important when there was a decision to make. But so that's the way that worked. Whereas we had 3 mixers, there was the lead mixer. We all got involved in doing the effects pre-mixes. And 2 of us played all the sound effects and Foleys and everything. And the lead mixer played the dialogue and the music. So that was the big difference in those days. What's happened these days is that the jobs of sound editing and sound mixing have blended so much, because sound editors are doing their own mix, and sound mixers are doing their own editing, which is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. The only slight disadvantage is maybe there's not another look at the material. It's one person's interpretation, obviously in collaboration with director, editor, and all the rest of it. But there is only one input to the sound effects, really, rather than multiple inputs. Perhaps that's a possibility. But it is. I mean, it became silly when we had Oscars being Oscars for dialogue, Oscars for editing, sound editing, and Oscars for sound mixing, and very often it's the same person. So sometimes one person was getting 2 Oscars for the same movie and the same job. They've changed that now because they've put together the 2 categories into one. But that is the latest major change that's happened, that the job of sound editing. And so all that means for pre-mixing, because they now work in edit suites that have the full 5.1 speaker arrays, and they do a lot of what we would do as pre-mixing. They do that in the edit suites, and then they come in with much more already honed down sound elements that hope that they'll match together.
I wanted to ask you about one of my favourite films, The Saint, Philip Noyce directed. Do you remember Philip Noyce at all?
I do, yes. Yes, it was. It wasn't all that successful, I don't think, in the end, that film, unfortunately.
Not.
It was unusual. There was the Otto, Otto Snell, was the mixer on it with his crew. And I can't remember the reason, but I was brought in to add in to be the music mixer. Maybe that's sort of a hangover from their expecting to be a music mixer. So I came in and mixed the music for it. And yeah, it was. I remember Philip Noyes. He was two things about that. Philip, I remember, he would spend all the time in the theatre, in so much so that he had a bed put in the theatre down so that he could sleep when he wanted to. And the other thing was, it was when there were loud bits going on, and he wasn't. He wanted something changed, rather than try and shout it down. He had the sign made up that said stop. So he'd be sitting down the front, and he'd just hold it up, and we'd stop. And, yes, Philip. Well, I want to do this. So that was another thing I remember about it. One final thing I remember about it is that there was a question about the ending of it as to whether she dies. I don't know if you heard anything about that, whether she dies at the end.
Yeah.
Anyway, Philip said, "Can you mix the ending where she dies?" And I said, "Well, yeah, if we get approval." And he couldn't get approval for the money to spend to mix. So I said, "Okay, well, I tell you what, Otto will mix it for you in downtime, and we'll put that reel in the vault. And if they decide to pay for it, you pay for the time, you can have it." I don't know. As far as I know, it's probably still there.
Well, yeah. Hopefully, one day we'll see that.
Maybe. I hope it's still there.
Because there was also a big fight in Trediac's mansion at the end, and there's a chandelier sequence and all that sort of thing, and that was properly mixed and everything. And strangely, it was on Russian prints of the film. Everywhere else, and I found it on YouTube recently. I'll send you the link to it, and it was just fantastic to see this thing that it dubbed in Russian, though. That's the only problem, but
sure.
But it's quite interesting.
Well, okay, but she didn't die in that one, though.
No. They only showed the just that, but just to jazz up the ending, basically. But then she's alive in the rest of the films. They just basically inserted that sequence into, and there is a moment where the villain's son has a cane that has a knife in it. And I think that's what was used to kill Elizabeth Shue's character in the film. There's a slight recognition that Val Kilmer does. Of course, there's no context to it.
Okay. Well, I really don't remember very much of the details more than that we did that, and I only remember she dies because that's what we put on the cans, I think.
Whether that would have made it more successful, I'm not sure. Would you have worked with Graham Revell then, the composer, a little bit?
I do remember Graham. Yeah, that was a good score. But it was more the sound editor that I worked with in the set, because it was the sound all came off Pro Tools, which was fairly new to us then. I can't remember his name, Ty, but he was very good.
It certainly has a great score, and a film that hopefully be reevaluated.
It's the way I played it.
Well, yeah, I'm sure you. That's probably one of the reasons why I love it so much. To me, a lot of it's the sound and the music of things, really. How about Fierce Creatures? Does that?
That was a remix, wasn't it, with Fred Shepsey? The original.
It had two directors, didn't it? That one. It's quite.
Yeah. No, it was completely. It was a very troubled movie. I think.
Yeah.
I remember probably I was being a bit too light-hearted, because there were all the big noises were in the theatre towards the end, and at the end of the movie, they were having this big discussion about how about if we faded to black at this point. And they were saying, well, how can we do that? Well, we can't manage to do that now. How? I said, well, we could just close our eyes. But that didn't go down very well. John Cleese wasn't amused.
I mean, you would have thought John would have seen the funny side of it.
Yes. It was a really serious discussion.
Yeah, I suppose for him it must have been quite a letdown because he had to change the director, and of course, pressure
sure.
from being a sequel to Fish Called Wanda, you know, one of the best comedies ever. So it must have been. But
I do, funnily enough, in my teaching or in my lectures, I do use a sequence from that because to explain how we try to rescue the original dialogue. The scene where he and
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis, are by this animal cage, and it's getting, you know, she's flirting with him.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And there was a lot of trouble with the noise on the original recording, like a buzz. I don't know. It was a faulty buzz from I don't know if it was a light or it was an induced buzz. So they post-sync, they re-recorded all the dialogue, and it was very difficult for John because he was just so ad-libbing and so all over the place with his performance. It was very, very difficult to ADR, as we call it. And she was fine, except for this noise. So what I did, I got the sound editor. I said, can you get a cicadas or crickets sound that is like that buzz, and just pitch it to be the same as that buzz, so that we can use that as a background, so that the buzz won't be so noticeable.
Yeah.
And then I cleaned up the dialogue as much as I possibly could, and the words that I really couldn't use, the original dialogue was really down to 2 or 3 words, I think, that I couldn't use. So I just dropped those words in and matched them in from the ADR. So it's like 99% original sound rescued. And I use that to demonstrate sometimes when I'm doing a lecture for students as to the sort of things that you can do. This was back then. It's a lot easier to do digitally these days.
Oh yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. The last one I wanted to mention, Graham, the Great Gatsby, where that ringed any bells?
Yes, I do remember that. I remember the director who lived near me, actually, in Marlow. He didn't live far away, and I liked the film. I enjoyed the film. I remember what we did for the music, the records that we were playing. I had a wind-up gramophone. I bought this wind-up gramophone in, and instead of, you know, where the pickup head is, we fitted a tiny loudspeaker and played the music through that. So it played through the wind-up gramophone box. This is in a back room in the theatre, and then recorded it on a microphone so that it sounded as it should, realistic. So we did all that with when they were playing the records. When you and I were 17, I remember that. Yeah, no, it was quite a memorable picture because of a great director, Jack Clayton, and an interesting film, interesting performances. And the guy who played Nick, whose name I can never remember, because he's gone on to Law and Order, isn't he, these days on TV?
Oh yeah, I know you mean.
Yeah.
I mean, just come to me. Does anything from A View to Kill ring a bell? Just because it had a very interesting cast with Christopher Walken and
Grace Jones and people like that?
Not really. I mean, it was one of those trying to make an airship sound exciting. I remember.
Yeah, yeah,
It was not easy.
How did you go about that?
It was largely down to I think Colin Miller was the sound editor, the sound effects editor.
Yeah, he was.
And he gave us some great sounds so that we could sort of vary the revs of the thing. But it's not like an airplane, you know, and it doesn't move very fast. No, but it all worked, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a good sequence, and it doesn't have a pace problem. I think it's quite a good little bit of film. That. Did you ever meet Dana Broccoli?
Yes. Oh
Yeah.
yes. Yeah. She was quite often with Cubby at these parties and functions. Yes, and screenings. Yes, definitely. Yeah. She was nice.
Yeah, because she always seemed very. She did a lot of DVDs, I think, when they first came out, and
oh right,
yeah, quite a sort of maybe a sort of a silent driving force, perhaps behind sort of the
maybe yeah. No, great, a very nice couple.
Oh, wonderful. And lastly, was there any? I mean, your credits are. I mean, we've spoken twice, and we've barely covered probably half of what you've done. But was there anything that you didn't get to work on, maybe because something overran, or something you think, well, I got very close to working on this or that?
There's one I'm not sure who going to get the title right, but there was. No, I probably better not, because I can't remember exactly the title. There was one for a film I was interviewed by a very famous director whose name I also can't remember now at this moment, for a film that I really would have liked to have done, and he wanted me to do it, but it totally clashed with Baron Munchausen, so it just didn't fit time-wise, I'm afraid.
Yeah. And
the only other one that I might like to have done, because it was a dialogue picture, and it clashed with, I think it was clashed with an American Trip or something, was with Stephen Fry playing the writer, gay writer. And that's the title. His name is the title of the film. It was his life story, and I thought it'd be a nice film to do because it was dialogue, and I really like doing dialogue. But it clashed with something else, so I couldn't do it.
And did you find that a lot of films kind of overran a little? Sometimes overran, or was it always? I suppose you had your weeks, and that was kind of it.
No, they very often overran. And had to be squeezed in maybe weekends when we were on another film, that sort of thing used to happen. The only ones that ever stuck to their schedule are the Bonds and the Carry-Ons.
Yes.
They stuck religiously to their schedules. Yeah.
I'm just having a little look at Stephen Fry's credits. You mentioned about the adventures of Baron. Did you remember much about that one?
Yeah, I do. I mean, Terry Gilliam is quite a wacky person. Quite a wacky film. A lot of action to do. A lot of work in the soundtrack for that movie. It didn't do all that well at the time, but it may be a sleeper. I don't know. A good score from Michael Kamen, as you say.
Yeah.
There was, I remember one scene where all these like flats of buildings are moving backwards and forwards, and I mean, that was a wacky movie. I had absolutely no idea what was in Terry's mind and what we were supposed to be trying to be portraying in that particular scene. Well, I think he was happy with the end, but I just didn't know what we were supposed to be doing for it. Yeah. Have you found this?
I'm still looking. I suppose is that the thing with
you know, films that are very sort of wacky or visual effects, that it's kind of you in how you think, well, how do I approach this sort of subject matter?
Well, yeah, mostly it's fairly obvious, unless like a lot of Baron Munchausen that is in Terry's brain, which wasn't so easy to get into, I guess.
Yeah.
Lovely guy, but and very successful in many ways, and very unsuccessful in other ways.
Yes.
Yeah, but he's sort of almost a national treasure, I think now.
Oh, very much so. Yeah. And did you ever encounter Eric Idle?
Yes, Eric. Yes, I have. Yeah, but not in any big way. I bumped into him in LA one time in the hotel. Yeah. Nothing particular I can recall, but memorable.
He played Oscar Wilde in a TV.
That's the one. Wilde.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, it was the story of my life and times.
Yes. Yeah, that was it. The film was called Wilde, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. It's called Ned Blessing: The Story of My Life and Times, and he played Oscar.
That was in 90 something.
That was 93. It was a TV movie.
That would be the one. Yeah, I mean that was the one that they wanted me to do, and I would have liked to have done, but it clashed.
Yeah. The last question I had for you, Graham, was how do you've witnessed so much change in the film business and the sound department. Where do you see the industry going? You know, in terms of...
Right. Where do I see it going? Well, hopefully people will still go to the cinema. The cinema does a lot. I think 3D has come and gone. You know, we have Dolby Atmos as a marketing for going to the cinema. Although I think there are there's a restricted amount of subjects that it actually really brings a lot to. Dolby wouldn't like me to say that probably, but it's a great tool to have to use if you want to, but you also have to be very careful doing it, because with any of these stereo formats, particularly with speakers behind you, it's very easy to detract and from what we're really trying to concentrate on, which is the story. And when I'm teaching my students, I often tell them that, going back to the establishing shot, we quite often cut to a new scene, big wide shot, shows you where everybody is and where they are, and it starts like that. And we can do our soundtrack like that. We just fill the room with the atmosphere of where we are, so that we're changed. We know what we've changed from where we were last night, which was in bed or something. New day, this is where we are. Then we move into closer shots. And I said, what you need to do is to narrow down our stereo image, like they've narrowed down the lens, so that we're not playing an intimate scene or in two close-ups, and there's something tweeting or going on, 70 feet away in the speaker behind you, which is really going to detract. So it's a very difficult thing to do, because you have to do it so you don't notice it happening. And the way we do that is by hopefully using masking. If somebody's talking, that is taking your full attention, and you can make a subtle difference in the background behind while they're talking without anybody noticing. So they start the sentence with this noise going on, then they come out the other end of the sentence, that's down a few dBs, and you can do that so that you don't notice the change. But we're using the stereo image, the big wide stereo image, and Atmos is the obvious culmination of that, to establish the sound of where we are. But we then, I say, follow the lens. Let's get in close and intimate when we need to be close and intimate.
Yeah.
Because you have these huge giant films, the Marvels, and sort of taken over a little bit, and of course smaller films may get a week or two in the cinemas, and they kind of being crushed. Do you find that to be something that's always going to be a problem, or do you think it's going to be people are going to get a bit bored of these sort of huge explosions?
Well, my grandchildren they insist on going to the cinema to see these movies, so I guess it's good. And I did see, it was a while ago now, or 2 or 3 years ago now, certainly before lockdown, that I went with one of my grandsons to see something that I wasn't particularly interested in seeing, one of these superhero movies. I can't remember what it was now, but I thought it was going to be awful, but it wasn't actually. And one of the things I feared was it was going to be very loud all the way through, which is what happens with movies. But this particular one, and I really can't remember what it was, it got over that by fading to black. But instead of cutting or even dissolving like we used to, there were a number of times, quite often, from one scene to another, fade to black and silence, and come back out again, which was great for the viewer and the listener, because you gave your ears a little rest. It's not one loud sound on top of another one, which becomes very, very annoying and unhelpful. So I was quite impressed with
that. Yeah. And of course, people are consuming films in a different way. With a lot of them are, home premieres on Amazon and Netflix. Sure. People aren't going to cinema as much, and of course they're looking at the tablets and mobile phones and stuff. Do you think that hurts the precision of say, of sound design? Of people, can you really appreciate it like that?
Well, no, I mean, it's the young people that go to the cinema, I'm sure, I think. And as long as they're still going to see whatever sort of films are attracting them, that's fine. What has happened on television, and I watched quite a number of them, these American dramas, Netflix and Amazon dramas, which are extremely well made, extremely well written. And these days, the sound is extremely good, which it didn't used to be for quite a while on American dramas. There was the classic original noisy soundtrack being gated, so that, every time somebody spoke, the background disappeared and it came back again. That was, they used to do that a lot. But now the sound production values on these and particularly the music scores are excellent. And I think that probably the likes of me and maybe the older generation maybe are quite happy to go through 8-10 episodes of something really good, really well written, with multiple plot lines. I mean, I tend to binge on them. I like watch 2 or 3 episodes a night.
Yeah.
I've just come to the end of Ozark.
Oh yeah, I've heard good things about that one. Yeah. I suppose the nice thing with TV is that they're making less episodes of a series. Rather than 26 or 30, it's 10. So therefore, there's higher production values, better post-production.
Maybe, although some of them are going on. I mean, some of them go for a long, long time, and a lot of what used to happen was that what probably still does happen on a number of them is that they lose their luster after a couple of series, and then they can't keep it up. But a number of these American ones, they do tend to keep it up. I mean, I'm just back into Better Call Saul,
Oh yeah,
which is it's still there. Started in 2017 or something. I don't know, but they do keep it. They do tend to keep it going. But that's where all the money is, isn't it, these days, I guess.
I mean, would you say that the film industry is in a healthy place, particularly the British film industry is in exciting times?
Oh, it is. It's very, very busy at the moment. There are not enough technicians around. it's a big thing at the moment. There a lot of discussion about training up people fast, or what do you do? We can't get the good people. There's not enough around.
So you think there will be like incentives and things so that the industry will increase and
yeah, I mean the biggest thing around here is, I mean, Marlow here where I live, they want to build a film studio, and there's sort of an awful lot of opposition to it. They want to build a film studio in High Wycombe. They're building one in Reading. You know, there's just when all the channels came out on TV, I thought then that it'd be such a hungry beast. It would need so much product. It's taken a long time to get to that point, but I think now is the point where there's just so much need for product, you know, with all these channels, and that's why they want all these studios, really. I think, and also because they don't a lot of the stuff needs a studio. We went through the kitchen sinks where we were shooting in everybody's front rooms and kitchens, but now you need something a bit more impressive, you know, a bit more spectacular to be built, and special effects. That's the other big thing, is special effects. Yeah. I was just reading a thing in the Film Editors magazine, GBE, Guild of British Editors, you know, where there's a big change from where we had to do everything physically to you can do absolutely anything you want electronically. You know, that's another big thing that that comes on. I mentioned when I'm giving lectures, I show them the tanker chase in which one were we on? It was all really done, you know, really drove the tankers and put them off the cliff and blew them up and drove them on 2 wheels. So all real stuff.
That bit in License to Kill is very spectacular, that particular tanker. And I mean, is there a danger, I suppose, with everything being so easy digitally, and that perhaps maybe some of the art is being lost a little bit? And is there almost a sense of, well, is it maybe just a bit too easy in some respects?
Maybe, but I just think it needs to be controlled. It was controlled by the expense of it for quite a while, but now obviously it's becoming cheaper. But I tell you one that didn't work for me, which was the second Great Gatsby, which was so full of CGI stuff that was just so crisp and clean. I just didn't believe it. I just wanted a bit of dirt somewhere, you know, a bit of smoke or something.
I think that's a problem with the big films as well. You know, they do look a bit, maybe slightly too polished, and you know, and maybe that's partly why the Bonds are so successful. Everything is so still as much as possible done in camera. So it's an old-fashioned adventure, isn't it? I guess that's what the people like about it. Well, I think it's probably a very nice note for us to finish, Graham. So thank you very much for spending this evening with me. It's been delightful.
You're welcome. Welcome. Good to see you. Good. Well, all righty. All the best for it. Cheers. Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hi, Philip.
Right. Can you see it?
How are you?
See it probably now?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
And
Hi,
you're
Philip.
seeing her fine.
Yeah.
Philip, you're seeing it fine?
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Yeah.
Hi, Philip. I'm Marguerite.
Right. Okay.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Philip.
Hi.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Sorry, I'm a little late.
Oh no, not at all. We've even just sort of looking at angles and lighting and stuff. So all the boring stuff.
Yes. Hi. Well, here we are. Hi. I might put on my glasses or look at you over my glasses or whatever. Hello there, Philip.
Hello.
And again,
Hello.
I am sorry. I'm the one who's caused all this. I'm just a little late.
Oh no! We're perfectly on time. That's no problem.
Thank you very much. for doing this.
Well, so it's like, I know we've been trying to do this for a while, so it's been worth the wait to get us here.
Yes.
So you
Right.
you keeping well?
Well, I just have a little bit of a problem because I've lost my mobility. So that's why I'm walking around with a walker. You know, I was very active before in my life, but there comes a time when if I have to lose something, I'd rather not lose my brain, but lose the mobility, part of my mobility.
Yes.
And right now, I think I'm okay in that. So I'm delighted to be here. And I hope that you understand that this has been a very important book for me. And I'm delighted that you are reading it. I've just also heard that it's been selling in Barbados and it's selling in Jamaica. But I'd like it to be selling other places.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? I mean, it's a very interesting book, and I will come to it in the interview. Shall we cover Dr. No first, or would you like to do the book first?
Dr. No, would you like to cover Dr. No?
Yeah, would that be okay to do that first, and then we'll come to the book as book
Okay,
later on?
fine. Yes,
Okay.
certainly.
Well, thank you very much for wanting to speak to me. It is extremely kind of you. The first question I had, just want to get a bit of background about yourself and what it was like growing up in Jamaica, first of all.
Growing up in Jamaica?
Yes,
well,
yes. Yeah.
I come from a family with, as I said in that interview 3 years ago, if you can't choose what family you're born into. And if you happen to be born into a great family, it's a stroke of luck. And so growing up in Jamaica, we had a very close-knit family. In fact, I have a picture of my mother, father, and my 2 sisters. There were 3 of us. Unfortunately, my elders, may I show you that? May I show you something quickly?
Of course you can, yes.
Right there. That would be good, yes. Oh, I'm doing this. Can you see this?
I can, yes, yes.
Okay, that's a picture of my mother, my father, and 3 sisters who grew up together. We're very lucky to grow up together. The one beside my father on this side, she's Barbara, and she died at 29 from cancer. She was married to Michael Manley, who was a prime minister, one of the prime ministers of Jamaica.
Oh, right.
And this is my younger sister, who is not very well now. She has a mobility problem too. And this is me at the end there. That's after I had done Dr. No.
Right, yes.
So I can tell you, I run the contest of Miss Jamaica when I was 21. Then I did Dr. No when I was 22. This is about when I was 24. There we go.
Right.
So that's a family, right? And then of course, I'd like to introduce you to my husband, Ken. The picture of myself and you, Ken. Look there, darling. Go over there. This is a picture of you and me sitting down. Look. Picture of me and you, darlings. Oh, God. Just pass it to me. No, beside it. Don't you? One moment, please, Philip. We have a little bit of yes. Yes, Ken. Can you see this?
I can, yes, yes.
That's my husband at 90, and that's me at 80. Right now, my husband is 95, and I'm 85.
Very good ages, yes. Yeah.
And Ken? Letitia, please come here. Please pass. I'm sorry to show you so many pictures, but however, that's growing up in Jamaica.
No, it's very nice to see those. Thank you for sharing them with me.
And this is my son, Gregory. My son, Gregory.
Yeah.
And that's me receiving an award for Dr. No in Toronto in 2015.
Oh, right. Yes. Yeah. So sort of
so that was in 2015.
Like the lifetime achievement thing for cinema, I suppose. Ooh.
Yes. Another picture of my husband and myself. And
Oh yes, yeah.
and this, of course, is my son and myself. And the last picture I'd like to show you is a quick picture of my granddaughter. So I'm just here talking about family for one moment, what it's like growing up in Jamaica. This is my granddaughter. Wow. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, she's very beautiful. Yes.
Her name is Elise, and she lives in Canada. So,
Right.
you know,
Yeah.
I haven't seen her for 3 years. Hopefully, they're coming for Christmas. Because,
Oh,
of course,
that'd be
we moved from a 3-story house in Trinidad and Tobago. My husband and I have been married for 46 years or 47 years, a lot of years.
lovely.
And so it's been a life in Jamaica and a life in Trinidad and Tobago. My husband is very well known in the Caribbean for his books, and he's also a press freedom person. So he's a real Caribbean man and helped with press organizations in press for most of the countries of the Caribbean. So that's family. So what is it like growing in Jamaica? Jamaica, before Dr. No and before our independence, it was, if you had a good family, if you were good, meaning you were lucky to have a family who loved you and you loved them and you were born into this family, it was a very good life to lead. But of course, there were always pockets in every Caribbean country. And because Jamaica has never had oil, we depend a lot on tourism. However, that's a sad story at the moment because of a hurricane that nearly smashed up part of Jamaica. Have you heard about that?
I have indeed. Yes, I have.
It's called Melissa. So anyway, so what else would you like to know about Jamaica?
Well, it's interesting that because I suppose back when the Bond film shot there, it was it's probably one of the first films to come to Jamaica. It was kind of a will a place that nobody had kind of sort of
Yes,
because nowadays we travel all around the world all the time, don't we? But back then, of
yes.
course, people had only sort of seen pictures and things of Jamaica, so it must have been quite sort of untarnished by the rest of the world. I would have thought back when you were growing up.
Well, Jamaica apparently has always had tourism, and that's the only thing that kept us afloat because we've never had any natural thing except the beauty of our island. But we have never had anything like, bauxite we've had, but not things like oil.
Yes.
The crime rate was not good, but the crime rate got better. Probably is bad now because everywhere in the world now, I think, Philip, you'll agree with me, there's just a lot of problems in this world in 2025. What do you think?
I completely agree. Yes. Yeah.
The whole world seems to be in a chaotic situation. I won't get political and tell you who I blame for all that, but I have very strong political views.
Well, your dad was in politics, wasn't he? Is that correct?
Yeah, my father was in the town clerk. So yes, we grew up under the British system. And so my father was a town clerk and very highly respected. I think I mentioned that in the first. We learned about politics at an early age because the two strong members of the politicians in Jamaica were related well. There was one called Norman Manley, brilliant Jamaican lawyer who studied in England. And he was calm and authoritative, but wonderful. And then someone who was related to him, this was called Bustamante, who was very loud and fiery. And they would argue with each other, but they would come to see my father on a Sunday afternoon to discuss how they disliked each other. And my father, as a town clerk, was a very calming influence and tried to help them resort their arguments, So I was very lucky, as I said, lucky to have my family and lucky that even though we're growing up in Jamaica and there was a lot of problems from then, we always managed to find a middle road and to do what we wanted to do. I always wanted to go to perhaps a university and do something, but then I got a passion for the airline industry. And I decided I was going to work my way from the bottom to the top of an airline industry. And of course, my parents thought it was terrible. I couldn't be a flight attendant because they thought every aircraft that took off was going to crash. So I said, well, I'll work on the ground. So I joined what was called the Palisades Airport in Jamaica, in Kingston. It is then called the Norman Manley Airport, named after the PNP manager, prime minister. And I worked my way up from the ticket counter. I worked at BWIA. And then I worked my way from just taking tickets at the ticket counter and charging excess baggage. And then I rose in terms of, they thought I could do good work. I became a supervisor, the BWIA, British Airways. I worked a lot for British Airways and for Lufthansa, the German airline. And then after a while, that was when I met the people who were going to do this film industry. We're going to bring James Bond, the first film into Jamaica. I don't know if you saw that on YouTube. That this gentleman.
Oh, yes, I did watch the interview, and it was extremely interesting because you were saying how that Terence Young had just flown in and he spotted you and you were taking his ticket. Is that?
Yes, yeah. Yes, and he said, you know, he sort of said, I said, may I help you, sir? I was at the Terence Young. I was at the ticket counter, first class. He said, may I, would you like to be in a movie? I said, how interesting. Would you put your bag on the scale, please, sir? He then said, well, you see, I really have something interesting to say to you. I said, sir, would you put your hand luggage on the scale? And may I have your passport? So then he said, you don't understand. I am going to make a series of films which will become the most liked one in the whole world. And it's going to be called James Bond. I said, how interesting. Have a good flight. And then I said, I'd never see this man. It's ridiculous. And then I have to tell you that I had won a Miss Jamaica contest the year before. And the only reason I entered the Miss Jamaica contest was because I wanted a car. And I said to my father, and we were all very respectful to each other, Daddy, will you buy me a car? I've just got a job with BWIA, British West Indian Airways. To which he said, look, Marguerite, there's only one car in this family, and your mother is driving it. Then your sister Barbara has her license before you, so she will be driving it. And then your sister Janet, so you're in the middle. I can't buy you a car, but I will teach you how to save to get your own car. I was very upset, but I said, thank you very respectfully to him. Then I said, I got to get a car. And I opened the papers, Philip, and I saw a big advertisement. Enter Miss Jamaica and win a car. And I saw a little car in front of me in the papers. And I said, that's going to be my car. Now, because I really had been very influenced by a man called Tony Buzan. Tony Buzan is British. And Tony Buzan invented map reading, speed reading, and doing things in the, have you ever heard of him?
The name does sound familiar, yes.
It's very, very, and I did learn to do map drawing, starting off with one sort and getting into like 100 different conversational topics. So I said, and he certainly said, it is very important that you practice the mirror technique. Look at yourself in the mirror and say what you want to achieve. So I looked at myself in the mirror and I said, I took a picture of the car out of the papers. I cut it out, put it up on my bathroom mirror wall. And I said, this is my car. I am going to win this car. And then I said, I better give more details. So I phoned back the people who were doing the advertisement for the car. And I said, could you tell me what color the winner, the winner of Miss Jamaica will get? And he said, it'll be a yellow Anglia. It's so long ago, it's 1961. So I looked back into my mirror technique And I said, this is my yellow car. I can feel myself driving it. I'm going to, and then I said to my parents, I'm going to enter a contest to get a car. And they said, this is ridiculous. What are you going to have to wear? A bathing suit? I said, yes. They said, bikini? I said, give me a moment. So I phoned back the people. Do we have to wear a bikini a bit? No, one piece. I said, thank you. So I would say, I said to my parents, well, there are no bikinis. I'll be wearing a one-piece suit. So I looked back into my mirror technique and said, I am seeing myself driving this little yellow car. I will win it. And Philip, I won the car. That's how I got my car. Yeah. So we go back to the car because this is when Terence Young said to me, after me saying, please put your bag on the scale, sir, and I don't know what you're talking about. About 3 months after that, again, this very tall, very pleasant man came to the counter and said, I have a present for you. He put on the counter a bottle of Miss Dior perfume. Then he put on the counter a contract. I said, what is this? He said, well, this is for you. This is Miss Dior perfume. I just think you might like that. And this is a contract. I said, no, Philip, I love Miss Dior, but I was taught you never take gifts from strange men. So I said, how dare you? I said, I cannot take your gift, so take back your Miss Dior, and I'm not signing any contract because you don't even know if I can act. He said, well, I heard that you won the contest, and will you come to a reading? So I said, well, what I'd like to know is where the reading is and what time would the reading be? To which he said, the reading is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and he named a very respectable hotel that I knew of in Jamaica. So I went home to my parents. Remember, I'm now 21. And I said, I'm going to try and do a reading for some film that they want to make. To which my parents said, well, you know, Marguerite, we don't approve of, you don't know where you're going to. Who is this man? I said, well, but they said, you know, you can handle yourself. So it's in the afternoon, so go to your reading. So I jumped into my little yellow car that I had won and drove to the reading. As I get to the reading, this man, Terence Young, sat up and said, this is what I'd like you to read for. Then they handed me a script of a girl lying in a towel, lying on a couch, wrapped in a towel. I said, what is this? He said, well, you know, this is a very important part that we'd like you to try for. I said, you're asking me to lie on a sofa, wrapped in a towel, kissing whom? A strange man? They said, yes, he's going to be very famous. I said, who is he? He said, his name is Sean Connery. I said, I've never heard of him. And they said, you soon will. I said, well, I don't know him, and I refuse. I do not wish to lie on a sofa and be kissed by Sean Connery. So keep your gifts. I'm not coming. And as I got up to drive off in my little yellow car, and they said to me, come back, Marguerite. We have another part for you. We can, but it's going to be kind of a straight part. I said, if it's a straight part, but it's a good part, I look at it, but no lying on a bed and wrapped in anything. And then that's how I got my chance to read for that part.
Yes. What was your part?
I was the first evil woman that James Bond ever met.
Oh, yeah, the entire series, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. What was your car nice to drive? Did you like that?
Yes, it was a lovely little car. Of course, I sold it after a couple of years, but it was a lovely little car. And I drove around in it for quite a while because I had earned it, you know. I worked for it and I got it. And then I worked my way up to the airline industry, from ticket counter to become in charge of a lot of airline staff, and the conceptualized an airline called Air Jamaica, which was the first the first Caribbean airline, apart from British West Indian Airways, to be formed. And I then got interviewed about 500 young ladies, selected 78, trained them on basic things. I developed a course called Personal and Professional Development, and I taught them that in Jamaica. And then we got a part to go to Air Canada, fly to Canada on Air Canada, by Air Canada for the formation of Air Jamaica, which I did.
That's fantastic.
So that was my story.
And I
So
believe that I believe that your scene when James Bond, Sean Connery goes past you was the first shot of the entire film. I've got it as down. Yes, got it down as the 16th of January 1962 was when they
Yes,
that.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you've seen that. Yes, yes. But I didn't do very well because I'm not very good at mechanical things. And they handed me a camera and they put a line on the floor. When Sean Connery hits that line, Marguerite, well, they were very formal, Miss LeWars, you are to take the picture. Well, they didn't show me exactly how to take the picture. They assumed I knew it, and I did not, which is very important in training. If you're training people, don't assume people know what you want them to know. You've got to explain it to them. So when I had a flashbulb, well, before he got to the line, my flashbulb went off. I said, sorry, sir. I said, oh, never mind. Shoot number 2, do it again. Second time, he went past the line. Terence Young says, cut. Can't you see the line, Miss LeWars? I said, sorry, sir. Let's try again. Third time, I dropped the camera and something broke. And I could see they were saying, this is a very silly Jamaican girl. What are we going to do with her? I had him walking up and down about 8 times before we got it right. I had no lines to say. I just did not know. And that was my very, very important point in training people. Do not assume that they know how to do this. And you're not treating them as though they're idiots, but you've got to do it step by step. And then after that came my scene at a place called Morgan's Harbor. And that was the scene when I was taking another picture of Sean Connery, and I was grabbed, and they tried to ask me, why am I taking so many pictures? And I was roughed up a bit, and I handled it well, but that was another thing. I always tell people, you don't understand the instructions, or could you tell me them again? So anything else about Dr. No you'd like to know?
Well, it was John Kitts Miller who played Quarrel, the gentleman who
yes, Quarrel, very nice man.
Was he a nice man to work with? Yeah,
he was a very pleasant person to work with. Yes, there are pictures of him, and he said, "I'm going to hurt your arm now, Marguerite." I said, "Well, I bruise easily, so don't hold me too hard." When I had my hand behind the back. And then I had to smash a flash bulb in his face and cut his face. It was, of course, a false flash bulb. So that was my first experience, really. And, well, I knew lines, but guess what? I didn't have much to say in my lines. During the rehearsals, I was word perfect. But the minute I heard them say, silence on set, lights, camera, action, I forgot my lines. They'd say, cut, Miss LeWars. I said, sorry, sir, could we have another rehearsal? The rehearsals, I was perfect. But once I heard that, cut, I just lost my confidence. And I remember Sean, I'm so sorry. I never saw him again after those movies because he was a very nice man. And I know he's died. And I tried really hard to see him again. Every time I got to a certain place, he had left, whatever. Um, he said to me, you know, what is very important is a simple wording I'm going to tell you to do is that try to look for the part in business, dress the way you're supposed to dress or follow uniform. Number two, that is physically look the part. Number two is E, which is your experience or efficiency, know your work. And P is project your personality. So that theme of PEP became my reasoning for going fully into the training world, which I certainly did, because it is important how you tell people how to do their jobs. And I have successfully trained over 25,000 people in the Caribbean.
Well, yeah, that's wonderful. That sort of stuck with you and has played such an important part in your life. That's lovely.
Yes, that's a very important part of my life.
Do you remember Jack Lord, who played Felix Leiter?
Oh, yes, yes, I did. Didn't like him at all. I mean, he wasn't rude, but he was very particular. Well, he only liked being shot on one side. That was in Hawaii Five-0. He was a Hawaii
Yes.
Five-0, Jack
Yes.
Lord.
Yeah.
Right. And he said, no, the camera must only come on this profile, whatever profile he preferred. And he was very insistent, but he was not a very nice person. He was not like Sean Connery or Quarrel. No.
Yeah.
He was full of himself, and I didn't think he had anything to be full of himself for. So I was not very fond of him.
Right, I see. Another actor in the scene was a gentleman called Lester Pendergast, and he played Pussfella, the owner of the club. Do you have any recollections of him?
Yes, yes, I think that I knew him. And is that the one when we're dancing to Byron Lee, jump up, jump up? Yes,
Yes.
Lester
Yeah.
Pendergast.
Yes.
Yes, he was in the Byron Lee scene. He was pleasant, but I didn't get to know him very well. I'd met him from before, but I didn't know him very well. I knew Sean better, and of course, I knew Terence Young, who I was mistaken about. Do you know about that?
Oh, yes, I might touch on that briefly in a moment, if that's okay. But it must have been quite, because Byron Lee and the Dragoneers were, of course, the number one band in Jamaica for decades. So it must have been quite nice to have them play during the
Oh,
shooting.
yes, yes. They were very, very important band. I think some of them are still around. I don't know how many, because I've
One or
lost
two, perhaps.
Yes, yes. But I just know that I've lost contact with them. But they were a very nice band of musicians and were very successful around the Caribbean and elsewhere around the Caribbean, rather than only the Caribbean.
Yeah. You mentioned that the flashbulb that you put jam into Crowell's face. Of course,
Yes.
that's established earlier on in the airport scene where you lick the flashbulb, and I believe that
Yes, but
something you didn't want to do.
I did not want to do it at all.
No.
And even I was very obedient or did whatever the director told me to do. When he said, I want you to lick the, I said, I don't wish to do it. I don't wish to do it, Mr. Young. He said, why? I said, because it looks evil. And he said, my dear, you are supposed to be evil. I said, well, I don't want to do it. I will do it once or twice, but I'm not going to keep doing it because I think it's disgusting. Because I thought it was an unnecessary part, but they did it and it worked.
I think it certainly helps to set up the flashbulb in the later scenes. So maybe that was Terence's logic that he would kind of wanted to bring attention to it. Maybe I don't, perhaps, but
that could be. That could be. But Terence Young is another story, which I'm thinking will come to another time. Yes.
And one gentleman in the film is Reggie Carter, who plays Mr. Jones, the chauffeur, and of course was your brother-in-law. Was that correct?
He was my brother-in-law.
Yes. Yes.
He was married to my sister. I told you my elder sister died at 29. She was married to Reggie Carter. He was not a nice man. He's dead now. So, But they divorced. They divorced, but he did not treat my sister well at all. But it was really a bit difficult working with him because he was the chauffeur that I had to
Yes.
go and speak to. Um, but he was not a nice man. However, I understand he's dead, but he divorced. He was not good with my sister, and they divorced, and that she married Michael Manley after that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that he wasn't very nice. Was it the Little Theatre in Jamaica? So he was quite a
Yes,
well-known
yes,
actor,
he was
wasn't he?
he's a local actor. He was
Yeah.
quite well known on the local stage in
Mm.
Jamaica. Yes, he was. Yes.
And I think it is worth mentioning, which I thought was very brave when I watched the interview, that you were talking about Terence Young, and of course we're 3 years later since that interview, and of course we've got all this stuff about Jeffrey Epstein and all sorts of stuff, and it's not gone away, has it? Unfortunately, this kind of grooming
No,
and kind of power abuse, and of course you have a story about Terence Young. Do you want to mention that?
of course I can mention
Is
that.
that
Yes.
okay?
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. I had a lot of respect for Terence Young during the shooting. He was never rude to me. He never tried to do anything to me except give me perfume, whatever, which I refused. So then we now come to the last night of the shoot. So it is the night, everything has been done, it's finished, the film is finished, and we're going to go to the what is every end of shooting party, whatever it is called.
Oh, the
And it
rap
was
party.
the wrap party. Yeah, very good. Yes. All right. So you want me to, I'm going to tell you about Terence Young
Oh, that would be lovely. Thank you.
because it is certainly not an Epstein story at all.
No,
Because
no, but not
we
very
got
pleasant.
so we're now going to go. Have you been to Jamaica at all?
No, unfortunately not. I'm hoping to, but not yet.
We're so sorry that we've had such a horrible hurricane. Melissa has nearly mashed up. Let me talk Jamaica. It's like it's mashed up the place because China, China is very much involved in the Caribbean. I know so is Russia, and of course, America is sending warships to Venezuela. So here we are now, a very peaceful part of the Caribbean. But China certainly came in to Jamaica about 10 years ago, maybe a little longer. And they built the most magnificent road from Trinidad straight through to the north coast, Montego Bay. Marvelous road. Unfortunately, I cannot say that this is true. The rumor is in the devastation that happened in Montego Bay with this Melissa is because whatever another Chinese company came in to do more roadways in Jamaica and also to do there is a lagoon underneath Montego Bay itself, which apparently they didn't know. And things have been tied up. Things were cut off. In other words, it could have been helped. Yeah, I can't prove it, but the rumor is that the mashed up part of Jamaica is man-made. It was not Melissa before because somebody interfered with the balance of the environment.
Oh, right.
And I say whoever did that, they should sue the company because tourism is the biggest part of Jamaica's income. And it's devastated on the south coast and the north coast. But you know, there's a fantastic person called outline, grouping called the Sandals Group of Companies, and they're going to build back, but it's been devastation. So let me get back now to the final thing that you want to know before. So the rap party is going to be on. And Terence Young asked me, Miss LeWars, will you come to the rap party with me? I said, well, thank you very much, Mr. Young. Yes. He said, there's a car outside, a limousine. You go into the back seat. We have a second seat in the middle, and then we have the chauffeur in the front. I said, that sounds very interesting. So I get into the back seat, and then all of a sudden, Sean Connery and Ursula Andress come into the middle seat. unfortunately, there was a little, we in Jamaica used to call her, forgive me, Ursula undressed. In other words, she wore see-through clothes. So we never, we
Yeah.
used, as on the set, we'll say, oh, here comes Miss Undress, not Andress, whatever. So they went into the second seat. And Terence leaned forward and whispered something to Sean. And Sean looked back at me. I had a very good relationship with Sean. And he looked at me like, what? He looked like, what are you doing? That kind of expression. And then he didn't say anything. And both of them got out of the car and left me alone in this limousine with Terence Young in the second seat.
Do you think Connery sensed that you were in danger, or I suppose
I don't think he sensed it. No.
no,
Because if
no,
he sensed it, I think he would have said something. Because
yes,
he had
he
tried to
would.
warn me about certain things before, meaning, don't be nervous, he gave me this whole thing. So I don't think he sensed I was going to be in danger. He was just like amazed. I don't know what Terence told him, but it was something obviously that he was very surprised that I was going to stay in the car.
Yes.
But I don't think he sensed danger. I didn't either then, until we started to leave the rap party. So it's a long, lonely road. If you turn part of that road, the opposite side from Morgan's Harbor, where the last scene was shot there, you get to Port Royal. You might have heard about Port Royal. It was called the wickedest city in the world. But the rap party was going to be on the way back to Kingston. But it's a long, lonely road. And then, as we started to drive, Terence Young started to try and grope me and held on to me. I was so outraged. And so I slapped him across his face. He persisted and did it again. Worse than that, I slapped him again. And he said to me words that I will never forget, and neither will he, because he said, I will cut you out of Dr. No. And I said, you have already paid me. Cut me out. I'd not cut it out. Cut me out. And I said, if you touch me again, I'm going to punch you. And I'm going to open the door. And if I throw it, I'm going to drag you with me. And we'll both be found murdered on this lonely road. I was outraged at him. I never told anybody about it. But they phoned me from England. Pinewood, is it? Pinewood Studios, that they were going to do now the voices and wanted me to come. I said, he phoned me and asked me to come over. I said, I never want to hear from you again. I said, what you did or tried to do to me is disgusting, and I want no part of it or you. He said, well, we'll have to use somebody else. I said, use somebody else's voice if you need to. Just don't call me again, ever. But at least something, Philip. I was 22 years old and I knew what to do immediately. I didn't get trapped like those poor Epstein girls who did not know how to handle themselves. You say no and you say no. You can't do that and you will not do that. I wasn't brought up that way. So I'm so sorry what has happened to all these women. But they keep on saying 1,000. It could have been 1,000 women that are involved. Do you think the Epstein files?
I mean, it seems to be pretty bad, and my mum has just finished reading the book that lady wrote, that the particular lady who sadly took her own life. She wrote a book about Epstein and people involved about it, and I was reading a little bit with her, and I wouldn't be surprised. It could very well be as bad as it could be, 1,000 people. The scale of it seems to be pretty bad.
Pretty bad, but I'm so glad that the survivors have spoken up, and at least the person whose name I will not call because of politics is supposed to have signed it today. It's disgusting. Disgusting.
Yeah. But it takes a lot of courage, like yourself, to say, doesn't it? It's not an easy thing.
Of course, it's not an easy thing.
No.
But that's why, when somebody has had an almost sexual accord, it wasn't sexual, it was just disgusting. I didn't talk about it. Nobody
No.
knew about it. For 60 years, I kept it in. And I told it at that interview that I had in 22. I was 82 then, I'm now 85. And that's the story of my life. I will stand up for what you believe in,
Yeah.
and I will do it to the best of my ability. And if I can't do it, I'll let you know. But don't try anything like that with me.
No.
I've always been that way. That's what my family values are for,
Yeah.
So
I mean, I think that, yeah, I think what you did was so brave, and so many people, find that they can't do what you did, and I know that you didn't have any interest in being in the film
no,
industry, did you? So I suppose, but some people get a bit trapped and they think, well, I've got to do this to get to and that kind of can be part of what kind of allows all these awful things to happen sometimes.
yes, yes. But I just knew that if I wanted to make my name in the airline industry, I had to do something in training. I had
Yeah.
to train
Mm.
and teach people how to improve themselves.
Yeah.
And that's why I decided to use all my airline experiences and put it into a form
Oh
called
yeah. Yeah.
personal and private, personal and professional development.
Yeah.
And I was able to sell that idea to quite a couple of countries in the Caribbean and many to banks, airline industry, doctors' offices, hotels. So I've done about maybe 300 companies in the Caribbean. So, but I'm now retired.
Oh, well deserved. Yes. Uh, um, one thing I did want to say, just because you mentioned it in the previous interview, and I think it is important, was you mentioned Terence Young when you rejected his advances. He
Yes,
said, "Look, you know who I am," and this
yes,
sense that these powerful people have an entitlement to,
yes.
that is one of the worst things, that they don't realize what quite what they're doing. They feel that they are somehow superior.
Exactly. He said, don't you know who I am? Don't you know what I can do in this career? And I said, go to hell. And
Yeah.
and I told him I'd push him out of the car with me and we'd both be found murdered. I reacted, but how dare he? Slapped him up. I
Yeah.
don't think anybody ever done that to him before.
No,
And I've
no,
never
no.
ever had to
Yeah.
do that to anyone again.
Yeah. No, well,
Because,
well done for doing so.
yes,
Was your mum a very feisty lady? Was she quite a strong?
my mother was very feisty. I'd have to ask my husband that. Ken, do you think my mother was very feisty? No comment. Yes, of course she was. Yes, we stand up for our rights.
Hmm.
All the women in my family, all the women. We're very strong that way. But so was my father, lovely. But it's very important that you stand up and let people know where you are and who you are. So, of course, sometimes I think maybe I speak a little too loudly, or maybe my tone isn't exactly right. It depends on the situation. But it's important that women know, and women can tell other people, especially men, don't go any further, you know. And it's important in life to be like that. You stand up for your rights and for other people's rights too.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, words to live by, certainly. Do you remember when you first saw Doctor No? Were you quite impressed with the film at the time?
Yeah, I first saw Dr. No at a place called the Carib Theatre. Yes, yes. But I can't tell you exactly what date that was or when it was. Yes,
Yeah.
but it was
Yeah.
very well received, as you know,
Mm,
very
mm.
well received. And, signed a lot of autographs since then, etc. I got a lot of autographs, hundreds that were sent after it was seen. Um, you know, various organizations and groups sent pictures of Dr. No. And some of them were young people of 14, 15 years old. And I'm saying, what? I haven't done, I was 22, I'm now 85, and they're still sending me. Well, I haven't got any for the past couple of years, but at least until 4 years ago or 3 years ago, I signed pictures of me and Sean Connery and Dr. No. I have a lot of pictures of Dr. No. Of me
So
shining.
Bond has never kind of left you, really. It's kind of stayed with your life in various
Yes,
ways in the background.
Bond hasn't hurt me. It certainly has not hurt me at all. But I mean, that's not exactly who I am at all. But that story only got out 2 years ago, 3 years ago,
Yeah.
well, in 22, because nobody knew about what he had done. I never told anyone. I was ashamed of him. How he could do that or try that, you know?
Well, yes. I think most people, because as fans, we know of his work, so we don't know about the people from a personal point of view, and
Yes,
it's and I want to know the truth about things. Partly why I do this, I want to know. I don't want to be comfortable in my in my world. I want to know what happened. I want to know
yes,
the truth. Whether it's good or bad. I think that's
yes, yes,
what
yes.
we want to have really. And of course, you have travelled for Bond with conventions over the UK and other places,
Well,
and
I haven't
that's
done
quite
a lot of traveling to the country. I went to Autographica.
mm.
Autographica was in 2014 in Birmingham, England. There was a huge.
I did meet you there actually. I did see you
You
there.
met
Yes,
me there?
I did. Yes.
Well, I know I met you before. You remember meeting me there?
Oh yeah. I mean, I would remember you, but of course you had thousands of fans, so I understand you wouldn't remember people individual. But
Yes,
yes, I did meet
yes,
you
I
there.
did. But I'll tell you, you had a handler, as they called it, who would sit beside me when the people came up. Huh, quite a couple of thousands came up to be signed my autograph. And so I would say to the handler, shall I ask them if I should put their name? He said, you mean, he was English too. You mean personalize it? I said, yes. If they ask me to sign, should I ask them their name and would they like it personalized? And he said, yes, you can, but I'm going to tell you who will say it's okay and who will say it's not. I said, well, that's fine. So anybody I must ask? He said, yes, but let me, before we start all this signing, because we can see you're going to have a lot of people coming to sign for you. I said, he said to me, Americans will say, personalize it, put my name on the picture to John or whatever. The British will say, personalize it. The French will say, personalize it. But there is one country who will not. And I said, why would they? They'll just say, no, don't put any name. And the handler said, because they're going to sell it and they don't want their name on it. So I said, well, what country would do that? He said, people from Germany. The Germans are not going to personalize it. They're going to say, don't personalize it. So after he said that, about the 20th person who came up to me, I said, shall I put your name? He said, no, don't put my name. So I said, are you from Germany? He said, how did you know that? And he was. So that's a little story.
Yeah. Well, that's brilliant. I was wondering how, when the film was being made in Jamaica, there must have been quite an excitement, I would have thought, in Jamaica. They had this big film. What was it? What was it like? In terms of the excitement, the buzz around having the film there. Do you remember that?
Well, there was a lot of buzz around. There were people, who came to see the filming being done, various things like that, So there were quite a lot of buzz around because had never been, we did it at the Bauxite Center because Jamaica is very well known for bauxite, etc. So it was quite a lot of interest, yes. Yes.
And did you see other bits of being filmed, or was it just your scenes and then you would go, or did you sort of?
No, I didn't watch other bits being filmed. Maybe one or two
Yeah.
of the drive, like to when Quarrel. You know, I did go to one or two different areas where they were shooting, but not a lot. Because remember, I was also working. I was working
Oh,
very serious
yeah.
about my work at the airport.
Yeah.
So I didn't have time off to go. I made my own time. But I
Mm.
certainly have seen archives of the first day of filming, Marguerite Gordon being made up. Excuse me, excuse me. Sorry. Yes. So all I can say is that I was supposed to be half Chinese. So of course I'm not half Chinese. But you know what they did? They put makeup on my eyes, two tapes on my eyes, and tied them behind my ears with elastic bands.
Right.
So that's how I did my part because I was supposed to be partially Chinese.
So that must have been quite uncomfortable, I would have thought.
Yes, it was,
Yeah.
but I didn't resist, and he was very pleasant about it. I didn't know he was going to turn into such a horrible man. You know,
Yeah.
I did everything, even licked the stupid flash bulb, even when I didn't want to. But I did not know what he was going to do. But I'm so glad that I was strong enough to say absolutely not.
Yeah. Yeah.
I've never regretted that.
Oh no, no, no. And how did Bond change Jamaica in your opinion? Was it predominantly good for Jamaica to have Bond
Oh,
there and
yes,
years went by?
yes. And right now, the Port Antonio was where the man who wrote all the James Bond stories, what is his name again? Who wrote all the James Bond stories?
Oh, Ian Fleming.
Ian Fleming. There's his house is like a museum where you can go because that's in on the East Coast in yes, on the East Coast where he did all the things. But so it's very well known. Jamaica has tourism, and we're just hoping that with these awful things that have happened, this horrible hurricane, that we'll get back to our tourists because that's our mainstay. We do not have oil. But you know,
Yeah.
when I come to talk to you about this book, I have always had the ability to of perception, and I can feel things.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I'm any kind of a guru or anything. But for instance, for many years growing up, if I smelled earth, it meant an earthquake was coming. And I was able to prove that over and over. As I've grown older, the smell of earth, I don't have it right now, because we had a couple of earthquakes here in Trinidad. I didn't smell I didn't smell the earth, but I could hear it coming before it came. I could hear it. I'll give you one other thing about my perception, and which has to do with empires. I certainly felt talking to you in a minute. I certainly felt that something was going to happen. In what I'm going to tell you.
You've always been rather sensitive to things. It sounds like sort of
What?
you sound like you're very in tune with the world. That's why I think we're.
I am, yes,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
and with nature, and with nature.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say that what happened is that I just divorced my first husband, my husband, and we were my sister. This is before she died, of course, and my son, who was about 4 at the time or 5. 7 of us were going. They said, "Come, let's go to Disney World." Have you ever been to Disney World? Have you ever been?
The one in Paris. The one in Paris I have been, yes.
Okay, this was in Miami.
Mhm.
And as you walked, sorry, I can't. As we walked into Disney World, I saw things on the wall, saying things, notes on the wall, saying things like, have you had your blood pressure checked? Remember, this is Disney World, and we're going to go to Space Mountain. And Space Mountain, you ever heard of Space Mountain?
I have, yes, yeah.
So we get to 7 of us, my sister, her husband, and 1, 2, 3, 4 children. We get a little train. When you look up, there are tracks all over the ceiling because you're going to go up into the ceiling. Hey, way up in the ceiling. And when we get, and then a little train comes on its wheels, and there were 7 seats. And Philip, the most horrible feeling came over me. I said, no, we're not going on this. So my son said, Mommy, what's wrong? And my sister said, come on, Max, come on. There's 7 of us. I said, not this one. If anyone else wants to go, let them go, but we're not going on this one. And they said, what's wrong with her? Said my brother-in-law. You know, because you just had a divorce. What's happening? I said, we're not going here. We're going to leave now. And I asked them, come with me, come with me. And the 7 of us walked to the door. And as we got to the exit of the building, there was a huge alarm went off, screeching and stuff. And when we rushed back in, everything had frozen. Cars were upside down. And somebody fell out of the car I was in, that we were supposed to go in. It was shut down for nearly 24 hours.
Wow.
I just knew. I sometimes can sense danger. That sounds horrible.
Well, it's a good thing to be able to do, because it can, you hear about some people who don't get on a plane and then figure they have that bad feeling, and then the plane crashes, or it's interesting.
24 hours before we had a coup in Trinidad in 1990. My husband and I were on our way flying back from Taiwan. And we flew back. And we're going to Los Angeles, California, Los Angeles, and then to Miami, and then back to Jamaica. I was married and living in Jamaica. And I went into a deep sleep when we were about 4 hours out of Taiwan, 3 hours. And I dreamt I saw flashing lights, fires burning. I saw confusion. And I dreamt that I heard a voice saying, Arthur, Arthur. No. I said, what is this? And I told Ken. And he said, Marguerite, you're dreaming as usual. You're dreaming. You dream a lot. I said, no, but I heard something is going to happen. And that was 24 hours. It was 24 hours before they had an attempted coup in Trinidad and Tobago.
Right. Yeah.
24 hours. It was called a man called Abu Bakr, Muslim. 24 hours after I dreamt it, it happened.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
But I got certainly back to my husband. When we got to Los Angeles, he said to me, Ken said to me, yes, look, I have a meeting down here. Go to her room. We're leaving tomorrow to go to Trinidad. Go to her room and phone your father and mother with your back. So I got to the room and I phoned and I said, Daddy, he said, Marguerite, where are you? I said, Daddy, we're in Miami. We're going to fly back to Trinidad tomorrow. He said, don't come. I said, what do you mean? So this is 24 hours after I dreamt this. I said, what do you mean? He said, because we've been having an attempted coup here. The place has been in lockdown. There are fires burning everywhere. People have been shot. And the prime minister is locked up, and his prime minister's name was Arthur. I told you I heard the words Arthur.
Yeah, yeah.
So I flew down and I said, I interrupted my husband's meeting. And I said, please, Ken, please, I have to come in. And then I couldn't talk. I became so upset and so frightened. I was saying, there's been and the people in the meeting said, what's wrong with her? And Ken said, I don't know, something has gone wrong. Marguerite, what's wrong with you? I said, there's been a coup. And Ken said, in Jamaica? I said, no, in Trinidad and Tobago. It just happened. My daddy or family said, don't fly back to Trinidad. Come to Jamaica instead. Well, we ended up going to Barbados because Ken was the only person who had been in Arthur's cabinet, the Prime Minister's cabinet. But Ken had resigned early from that. But all what I dreamt happened 24 hours after.
Well, that's amazing. Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah.
I'm not a witch or anything, but I can sense things.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of some people that can do that. You know, it's very interesting, and it's very sort of I find fascinating that there's kind of things. Yeah.
Yes.
You mentioned Ian Fleming's estate, Goldeneye in Jamaica, and
Yes.
Chris Blackwell
Yes.
owns that, and a big resort and
Right.
now. And
Yes.
I was watching the DVD documentary on Dr. No, and
Yes.
Chris was saying that back in the time when they were filming Dr. No, that you and your sister Barbara were the most beautiful women in Jamaica. I thought that was very nice
Yes.
to say.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes. He did say so. Know him well. Know him well. He
yeah.
goes out. His new wife is the daughter of a very good friend of mine. Yes, but I haven't seen him for years. I haven't seen him for years. Remember, I've been in Jamaica now been in Trinidad now for 46 years, 46,
Right.
47 years.
Yeah. So just Jamaica changed a lot in that time when you go back. Do you still recognize the old Jamaica, or is it kind of?
It's much more, it's not such a big, it's a lot of building going on, a lot of development. Because
Yeah.
I will say the Jamaica Labour Party, who has been handling this horrible hurricane very well in trying to get assistance. And if you have any chance, if anybody asks you to contribute towards Jamaica, please do. We need a lot of help in Jamaica. We need help, a lot of help, building materials, anything. Help is pouring in. Help is pouring in. But we need more. We need it fast because the areas that had been devastated were not in the built up areas, you know. All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hope it all gets sorted out soon, and yes, we're all thinking about Jamaica because we're seeing it on the news, and it's been obviously rather awful. So I'm sure people watching will be thinking about Jamaica and hope that it gets back on its feet soon. Just to finish off on our chat, you've had, of course, a writing career. I think it started with you being a columnist for a local paper for many years.
Where did I have
Uh,
it? I had it-
oh,
What did you say?
I was just going to finish off touching on your writing career,
Yes,
because you began as a columnist for
yes,
many years in
yes,
a newspaper. So
yes.
were you always interested in writing? Was it a
Oh,
passion of
yes,
yours?
yes. Always interested in writing. It's a passion. I have various books. I've written 4 books. One is a little children's book called Dancer, the little dog. Excuse me, can I touch this to pick up a book from the thing? Can I, if I touch over here, I'm not to touch anything. Well, one of the books that I want. Dancer, the little dog from Mayara Beach.
Hmm.
Um, and then I wrote a column for 20 over 20 years.
Yeah.
And I don't understand who took up my book, Manners and Entertaining. Where's my book, Manners and Entertaining? It was all here. I'm afraid people have moved things around. I was showing another book that I've written. But
Oh, so was that one more of a
sorry, I wanted just to show you this book.
oh,
This is the
okay.
second book. That has done very well. Look who took it up. Huh? Ken, come over here for me, darling, and see if you see it underneath a copper pan. Look. I don't understand who moved all these. No. Look under there. Under the edge of your table where you keep your keys. No, turn left, Ken. Look under there. Look underneath. You see some books under there. Just let me have one, please. Thank you very much. My husband is very helpful to me. My husband is helping.
Oh, well done. Thank you.
This is the best book.
This is my best book. No, it's not. No, darling, pass that one, please. Because this one, remember, somebody tried to steal it and took the. I don't know who moves all these things. Sorry.
Okay.
Good. There it is. Look at this.
Oh yes.
Can you
hold it up a little bit? Oh yeah, yep.
Can you see it?
Yes. You want to put it a bit more to me, like that? Is that okay? Oh yes, manners and
Entertaining.
Yes, I can see. Yes, lovely. Yeah.
Can you see that?
I can indeed. Yeah.
That shows all over the world. And
so is that an instructional book, or is that more of a fiction, or is it?
No, it's not fiction.
No.
I use all the questions that have been asked me for years in the columns. And because remember, I lecture, telling people how to eat, how to set their tables, what to do. It won a lot of awards. Well, it's not on sale anymore. Pictures of table settings, various table settings, menus. More on wedding, how to become engaged, what to do, clothes to wear.
What inspired you to write it?
Because I'd written so many, I trained so much for so many people, and because people kept on asking questions over, which I answered. I did a column for over 20 years, maybe 25 years. And so I decided to put it together in a book. And people tried to steal it away from me because my face is on the cover of the book. I had to sue people who covered my face with what they wanted to put on the book. They covered my face. Right. So I had to sue people. So I've been very busy.
Yes, I can imagine, yes.
Well, I think it's calmed down a bit now.
Oh, good. Glad to hear it. Your first book, the children's book, that also was established. It was adapted to be a musical on stage, wasn't it?
Musical.
Yeah.
I turned the play, and it was a lovely fairy story because we had a house in Miara, which is on the east coast of Trinidad, and Letitia can come here, Ken. I need to just take up a book here and dancer. I think if I remove a book from your thing, see the book dancer there? I think if you just take the book out for me, I can show him. Darling. See the book, dancer? Yes. Can we lift up something?
What I can do.
Yes.
If the laptop is resting on the.
It's a laptop. No, not your laptop.
What I can do is I could always insert a picture of the book into the recording rather than I'm conscious of not messing anything up. But
it's only one picture of the book there. It's only one book. Yeah. That's the only book. But can she take it out now? Take out the book.
Yeah, give it a go.
Book alone. Got it.
Oh,
Please
lovely.
take these books and just put them right. So this is the book.
Oh yes, lovely dog on a beach. Yes, yeah,
Yes. And
yeah.
I turned it into a musical. And an American artist came and I told her what art I wanted in the book. Picture of the dog dancing, steel band of Trinidad and Tobago, because this is Trinidad and Tobago. This little dog had sisters, and it was the life of the dogs on the beach. And it turned into a good fairy story because
Could you hold the pictures just a bit closer for me?
that's my husband and I on the beach in Mayara.
Oh, lovely. Yes, yeah.
And we are always saving dogs who drive out too far, who swim out too much, bad current. I
Yeah.
turned this into a musical. And a
Yes.
very brilliant artist, Jamaica, musician called Roger Israel. I wrote the words and what I wanted. And I told the artist what scenes I wanted. And it was a very successful musical with about 300 children participating.
Wonderful.
It ran for
Yeah.
3 nights at a place called Queen's Hall, which is the biggest theater in Trinidad and Tobago. So the book has fallen apart because I'm no longer printing it, But I want to keep all these things, or whatever.
Oh, of course. Yes. Yeah. Well, it's a lovely journey you've had with that book. It's that's lovely.
Yes, thank you.
And that leads me on to your Empires of the Caribbean, which you
Yes,
very kindly sent me. Because you had this, it was originally going to be Caribbean cartels. So you had this idea back in the early 90s, I think. So it's quite,
1990. I
yeah.
conceptualized the idea in 1990 and called it Caribbean Cartels. I was living in Trinidad, but I was at home with my mother and father, who eventually would leave the house that I partially grew up in because bad hurricanes had come and hurt them there too. We've always had a problem with hurricanes, as you know, in Jamaica. We grew up in Jamaica, knowing about the hurricane season and knowing that there are 2 passages. One is called the Mona Passage, and in the Mona Passage, that is between the Mona Passage, that is between San Juan, Puerto Rico, and Dominican Republic. And the other one is called Mona Passage. The Windward Passage, and that's between Cuba and Haiti. And hurricanes either come from the Mona Passage and leave through the Windward Passage. Well, Minister did neither. But anyway, now we come to this. This is a very important book for me, but it conceptualizes all the things that I have done. Because I've always felt that Trinidad and Tobago So I start off in Jamaica. If you have the book there, Jamaica,
Yep.
and I put as much as I could into Jamaica there. Where these characters, each country, I could see them integrating, but not necessarily for the same reasons. So the book really does show, and I think you'd realize this. It's a love story, but it has strong influence of politics
Yes.
to show the different countries coming together. And on the way, I talk about things that we have learned in Jamaica that could come from Scotland. So chapter 4, I talk about the Isle of Skye, And I had this story of how that, because Jamaicans come from all over the place.
Yeah.
Switzerland and Italy is in chapter 5. And then, believe it or not, then Trinidad and Tobago, a very attractive hero called Gideon. And he has a big fishing organization in Trinidad. And they capture the fish. Can't do that right now with America blowing up everybody who catches anything in the Caribbean seas, as you realize what's happening in the Caribbean. Right. And there are many chapters, many pages about what happened there. And one of my favorite parts of the book is Guyana. Because Guyana, to me, have you read any part of the book at all yet?
Yes, I'm working my way through it. I haven't had a chance to finish it yet, but I'm quite
Where were
interested
you?
in I'm quite interested in the Scottish parts because I do like Scotland very much. In fact, me and my wife got married in Scotland 6 years
Yes,
ago.
right.
So that the connection I'm quite fascinated about from a personal point
Yes,
of view.
right. What other country did you go to Guyana? Have you started Guyana at all?
Mhm. Oh yeah, yes. I may start on that bit. So that was your favourite part, was it? To
Guyana,
yes, yeah.
because I tell you what has happened with Guyana. I had somebody from Guyana who worked with me for quite a while, and she came from one of the tribes in Guyana. So I disguised the tribe name and made up another one. But I had the chief of the tribe that she belonged to, but I gave him a different name, saying what could happen in Guyana and what could happen in the whole world.
Mm.
So Guyana, this was, I had the chief in Guyana, if you read it, somewhere in this book,
Mm.
saying, Hulila, saying, one day we will get black gold like Trinidad and Tobago. I wrote that in 1990. Oil was discovered only about 8 to 10 years ago in Guyana.
Right. Yes.
I wrote this in 1990. I had the chief saying it. I also had the chief saying that one day tin will be developed in Guyana.
Mm.
You know, I have found that I have been able to, as I said, see some things. I have in this book later on in Venezuela, the part of Venezuela. Guyana has prophesied that there'll be a lot of trouble in Venezuela. There is darkness and death coming. This book was written in 1990.
Mm.
What's happening in Venezuela now? There's a lot of confusion and darkness
Yeah.
and death coming. I wrote this in 1990. You see what is happening in the Caribbean now?
It's very interesting how a lot of fiction then becomes,
Yes,
comes true. Art, life imitates art, and vice versa, doesn't it?
it is. So
Mm.
keep reading it for me, please.
Oh,
Keep
I
reading it
absolutely will. Yeah.
because I'm hoping that someone will take part of it and make a film.
Well, I
That's
know
what
that one of the commenters at the beginning of one of the introductions of it did say it would make a very good screenplay. So, are you, are you are
Yes,
you looking into
that was
that?
a
Is it?
professor who wrote that, a
Yeah.
professor called Ramjan. Yes,
Yeah.
because I know it would make a very interesting film. you know. So I'm hoping that you will use this experience that you have given me, or this interview you have given me, and find some way and let me know. You can find someone who may be interested in using part of this book because it is now selling better in Barbados. So it's selling in Barbados, Jamaica, and Trinidad. But of course, these type of books take a long time to sell right now because everybody's only interested in war like that. But this book does show that I have been able to tell you that when darkness is coming and chaos is coming, I can see it.
Yeah. And I think it would make a very good screenplay because, of course, it's set in so many different locations. It's a very ambitious book, and of course, visually, it would be very cinematic to film. And I think your writing style is very. You want to keep turning the pages, so I think you've got a
Yes.
very good writing style for the book. It is very well paced, I think.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Philip. I hope that you will consider trying to find someone who might be really interested in it, you know?
I'll certainly see if anybody, I'll certainly do my best. I do know people that are involved in the film business. A
Involved in
lot of
this.
them are retired, but you never know. So for those that are watching this on YouTube, it's Empires of the Caribbean. It is available to buy, easily found online, and I would
Yeah.
recommend that people get a copy of that.
Would you do that? Because because it's not on Amazon. You know, that's why we mailed you, the publisher
Mm.
mailed you this.
Yes, yeah. It was
So
very nice you to do that. It was very good. But again, if people Google it, they'll find the website for it. So it is accessible out
it,
there. And
it is
what I'll do is when it goes online, the interview,
yes,
I'll put a little link to the website where you can buy it, so people will
please.
see and they can do that. Yeah.
I'd be very grateful. I want to thank you very much. Huh? I've taken up a
Well,
lot of your time.
oh no. Well, I've taken up yours, but it's been a real pleasure to speak to you, and thank you for spending the time to do so. It's been a real pleasure.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Trying my best. I hope we will meet again sometime.
I hope so too. With the world of Bond, you never know what's around the corner. So
Exactly.
hopefully
If
we'll
you ever
meet
come to
again.
Trinidad and Tobago, you must let us know. I don't play carnival anymore, but you must come and have. I don't live in a big house anymore because too many steps. We have 27 steps up and down. We've lived there for
Yeah.
40 years. So we just moved last year. It's just one floor. I have so many things to put away. Anyway, I have a very good assistant here who helps me.
Oh,
But
that's lovely.
we'd love to. We have Trinidad and Jamaica. We're very hospitable. We can't ask you to stay because we don't have any room, but we can ask you to come have drinks with us. Yourself
I,
and your
I'll
wife.
I'll certainly see if that's possible. Yes, that would be lovely. Yeah.
Just let me know. You would find Carnival in Trinidad is extraordinary, unbelievably beautiful.
I I
Okay?
will t I will talk to my wife about it.
What's your wife's name?
Oh, for Felicity.
Felicity.
Felicity, yes.
And do you have children?
No, we don't. Um,
Okay, that's all right. Well, all the best to you. Bring Felicity to Trinidad next year.
I will attempt to do so. It'd be lovely to speak to you, and thank you very much for being so lovely and sharing so much of your time today. It's been great.
Thank you very much. All the best. Blessings.
And you, take care.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Bye.
You'll turn it off,
Oh
right?
yes, I'll turn it off. Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
thanks very much. And yeah, obviously we'll keep in touch via email and your son and
Please
everything.
do. Please do.
We'll do.
Thank you very much. All the best.
And you have a nice week. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.